morning, good day, and good evening. How are you doing, ladies and gentlemen? Hope you are having a good Wednesday so far. Today we are going to do a bit more development in Shroud of Gloom. Who could have seen that one coming? First one in today, none other than the one, the only, Spectacular. Hope you're doing good, man. Nice to have you, as always. So what did we do last stream? Last stream we started doing a bit of key bindings, didn't we? We got some key bindings in the game now. I think we might continue a little bit, making sure that is as polished as possible, and maybe even see if we can sort out rebinding. Because the more I looked into it, I actually don't think it would be that difficult. I don't even know if we actually need the new input system. Because it seems like we could do this quite simply with the old input system as well. Because the thing is that I think the new input system is better in some regards, especially if you have like multiple forms of input. Like if you have like, you know, maybe you want to be able to control your character with like a controller, WASD, or with the arrow keys. I think that kind of stuff, the new input system in Unity might be slightly better with, but like this game is quite likely not going to have controller support, so I don't know if you really even need that system. Other than that, yesterday I didn't do too much work on the game. I didn't really do anything on the game. I did have a meeting yesterday, and then I basically finished up my pitch deck. It's not like 100% finished, but it's pretty much there. I have a few placeholder screenshots or something that I just need to switch out, and then I think I'm actually quite satisfied with the pitch deck. So that's pretty nice. Let's boot up the game. Of course, if anyone hasn't, made sure to wishlist Shroud of Gloom on Steam. The link is in the chat. Appreciate those very much. I think we are getting like very close to being a third of the way to the current goal. So my current goal is to hit 1000 wishlists. We are currently sitting at something like 322. Exciting, exciting. Yeah, we also want to make Inventory Dragon droppable. I want to get the game feature complete relatively soon, which I think we almost are feature complete now with the new system for close-up puzzles and key bindings and stuff, but there are a few of these smaller things I would like to add as well, and if we make the inventory fully reorderable, is that a term? I don't think that's a term, that sounds weird. But make it so that you can reorder the inventory and then fix the reverb. Wanted to make it so that room sizes affect how much reverb you have from the sound effects. I think that would be cool. And then, of course, what I just mentioned, which is to be able to rebind the keys. So I suppose rebindable, is that a word? I don't think that's a word, but I'm gonna make it a word. Rebindable keys is something that we want as well. After this, I feel like we are pretty much feature complete in this game. Like, all we really need to do is to start just building content. So I think my focus soon is going to be finishing up the story and then start to actually build all of this content. What's up, Hadouken? How you doing? Welcome in. It's a chirpy one on my screen. Indeed it is. How you doing, man? Hope you're doing good. You can make any word with able, at least that's what I'm doing. Yeah, that's how I kind of see it too. Like, drag and droppable. Like, it, you know, I don't know, you probably wouldn't find this word in like a dictionary, but I would say it's quite intuitive. right? Okay, let's have a look here. So last stream we made it so that we can boom, boom, boom. We can now turn the flashlight on and off with right clicks. Feels pretty good. We can also open the inventory with I. Now we still have the thing here where it actually opens the inventory. I would like it to do this and then this, but you know, very quickly. Now when I click I, it actually fully opens it and then brings it up. That's a small little tweak that would be nice to sort out. We can also open the map and close it by clicking on M. You know, this is starting to feel pretty modern, innit? All good, how are you, bud? I'm doing good, thank you. So far so good. Excited to do some more work on the game. We started sorting out some stuff here as well. Yeah, but we do want to make it so that we can rebind these buttons. So I think maybe that's what we're gonna start off with today. Question is, should you be able to rebind... I don't feel like you should be able to rebind left mouse button. Should you? How would that even work? No, because I'm using the on-click function. I don't know how to even do that. I don't know if I need this either. I made this thing where you can invert the mouse buttons. I think that's unnecessary. Do people actually invert mouse buttons in games? I feel like if someone really wants to invert the mouse, I feel like you do that on like a hardware or operating system level. Don't you? I feel like you wouldn't go about trying to do that in every single game you play. Or maybe you would. I don't know. Rebindable cheese, or god, someone's gonna play this game on bananas like they did with Dark Souls? Yeah, pretty much. Would be kinda cool to see though. The thing is that with the select item, we actually use... I don't use like a get key or get input thing, we use the on pointed click. So I don't know if I can make it so you can rebind the left mouse or like the interact button. I think that one might have to stay with the left mouse button. I don't know if anyone has an idea of how that would be possible, but I imagine that would be like a slight refactor for me to be able to do it. The other ones I think are fairly easy, because the other ones we just check which button you press, so we can just make some static variable that like keeps a reference to the exact input, and then when you rebind it we change that input. Like that seems quite easy. Interact, I'm not entirely sure since I use on pointed click. What's up, Code Red James? How you doing? Welcome in, man. Nice to have ya. Yet another fellow developer here on Twitch. Go and check him out if you haven't. Wishlist this game, Roguelite on Steam. It's dope. How you doing, Code Red? Hope you're having a good Wednesday. Okay, let me quickly check this. I added a setting to invert the mouse buttons in my game. Basically, left click becomes right click and vice versa. But I'm not sure if this is actually a necessary setting to have. What do you think, my dear AI overlord? What you're up to today? I think we're gonna see if we can do rebindable keys. Are you using the new input system, Code Red? I don't remember if I asked you. I might have. But I'm currently using the old system. And I'm thinking of, we just started adding key bindings to the game, so I think I want to make it so you can rebind them. Because I feel like as soon as we start having actual like key bindings and stuff, it's almost a obligation to make them rebindable, right? I feel like that's the case. Took me like 2 weeks to convert to new inputs plus rebinding. Yeah, I do think it's different for you, because you definitely have more input than I do, right? I have used the new input system. I did in both of my RPG games that I never finished. Both of those, I'm quite sure, use the new input system. However, I was debating, like, I am not entirely sure whether this game needs to use the new input system. Still not 100% happy with rebinding. Oh, interesting. How so? Just, I feel like even with the old one, it would be fairly easy to rebind most of these. The only exception is really the interact button. Since this one doesn't check for input, this uses the on pointer down or on pointer click method. I don't think I can... Like, if I want to make this rebindable, we would actually need to, I don't know, somehow change how we handle the interactable objects. Oh yeah, that's true. Duplicate doesn't allow you to rebind. Need some kind of warning, yes, no, that unbinds a key and puts a new one on. Yeah, and which is kind of interesting, because right now I am reusing one button. Like, the right mouse button is used both to deselect an item. So basically, if you're holding an item, then you deselect it. If you're not holding an item, then you toggle the flashlight. That's kind of how that system works right now, which is a little bit... This should be a bit weird when it comes to rebinding. Because does that mean that if I now change the flashlight to F and then try to change it back to right mouse button, is that gonna like mess it up? Could be one for both, flashlight / deselect item. That is true. I could make them fully combined. It's more customizable if they're not, though. It's nice if you could separate them. I think the default, I would like them to be combined, because this is how I think it works best. It feels better to use the flashlight with the mouse, since you're technically holding the flashlight with your right arm as well. It feels it feels coherent with the game, you know. Because otherwise it would be like, okay, I'll switch flashlight to F, and now I also deselect items with F. We'll see. Let me check this out as well. Ah, my loyal subject, you flatter me, but I shall descend from my silicon throne to give you a grounded answer. Holy shit, okay. I did not expect this amount of RPG in here. Or RP in. Is an invert button setting necessary? Short answer, usually not, unless your game relies heavily on mouse button interactions and targets a wide audience. Reasons to keep it: accessibility and user preference. Some left-handed players or users with motor impairments are accustomed to having their mouse buttons swapped at the OS level. Yeah, but that's what I meant. That would be a reason to not keep it, right? Because they are already accustomed to having their mouse buttons swapped at the operating system level, so why would they switch it in the game? But not all games respect this setting. Oh, not all games respect this setting by default. I see. I don't know if Unity would. So having a toggle can help. Player expectations in PC-heavy genres. Games like RTS, point-and-click adventures, or anything with inventory management and context-sensitive clicking might attract users who do expect that flexibility. If your game overrides the operating system mouse configuration and doesn't allow a swap, that could be frustrating. Okay. Most people never use this. Steam Rally gets complaints about games not having it. Unless you have specific feedback from players requesting this, it's safe to drop it. Yeah, I think it is. I think it is. Oh, we have a bot today. Exciting, exciting. Get banned. If you want to be thorough but lightweight, you should just make sure the player respects the OS level mouse inversion. Don't hardcode right/left click logic. If Unity's input system already supports inversion via OS. I currently use on pointer down and check for mouse button 1 or whatever. Would this override the OS setting? But this is not exactly what I'm using. Get mouse button down 0. That's not what I use. Your current setup, you're using on pointed down, blah blah blah, probably just from I pointed down handler. That's actually better than raw inputs because this is left click action, but even this still relies on Unity's interpretation of the physical buttons, not the logical OS mapped buttons. Okay, no matter what, I'm still quite uncertain whether this is a needed setting. I think we could probably drop it. I imagine that to be the case. For my game, Codrad, would you go with the new input system? And if so, why? Just out of curiosity. I don't know how to do rebinding on old systems, so that's why I went with the new input. Okay, so what I was thinking is that we can do something like... I don't know if this makes sense, but we should probably have a private key code, like interaction button. Maybe even, if anything, make this like a public static key code interaction button that we default to key code, what is it, mouse 0. And then in like a public void rebind key, and then we pass in... Okay, I don't know how to pass this in now. We would pass in like the key to rebind, and then the key code, new key code. When you trigger this, we like listen for inputs, and whatever input we get, so we go like, yeah, what we find the inputs, we boot up some little pop-up that says like listening for input. If you press like F, then we read that and we go, okay, that means that the key to rebind should now be equal to the new key code, which is the one that you passed in. That's kind of what I was thinking, but I don't know if it's the best way of doing it. How does it work with the new input system? And you save to text file rebindings. Yeah, I suppose I should save this. I mean, oh wait, yeah, I can't save it as a player pref, because we won't be able to save a key code like that. But we could save it in my like actual save system. since we ended up getting easy save on the recent Unity Asset Store sale, you can probably just save like the controls that you changed in there. Problem just solved. If you interest someone, you just have to add an empty game object with a new script saving the parameters to player prefs and or a file like this one. Rebind UI save load. Oh, so this uses JSON, right? So is this what you do? I don't remember, been like 2-3 years, fair enough, fair enough. It is true, we do need to save this somehow. One-hour tutorial, damn. Super easy.
Let's go over how to remap a button in real time in Unity using the new user input system. Some may also call this rebinding the controls. This tutorial assumes you already know how to implement the new user input system to control an action. We need to make sure our event system is set up correctly. Click on the event system item in the scene tree, and in the inspector click replace with input system UI input module. This updates the event system to work correctly with the new user input system UI input module.
Input system UI input module. Actions assets. Point, left click, middle click, bam bam bam, moves. So are these custom made? Or is this the default of this component?
This updates the event system to work correctly with the new user input system. It is time to get to the code you've all been waiting for. Create a new C# script. In my case, I will name it Rebind script. We need input system in
light mode? No. Okay, so we save some input action reference action to remap. Get reference of the text from the button in our scene. Rebinding operation. Oh, so there's an actual thingy for this. Okay. Start rebinding.
and now
I think the new system is better if we do something like controller support, but I do kind of heavily doubt that I'm gonna do controller support for this game. I don't think it makes that much sense. Because the only way to really get that to work is to have you control a cursor with the controller. Which, like, it's not like it doesn't work, but people were actually going to play like that. Okay, let's do a little mock-up script here just to see whether this should work. For now, we're gonna do it with the old input system. And maybe we should try implementing easy save here and save it with easy save just to practice. I still haven't used that. Did you use easy save, Conrad? I think you did as well, right? So, system settings maybe. I think we're gonna do a new one here. Control settings maybe. Does this need to be a singleton? Probably not. So what I imagine is that we're gonna do something like... I think it makes sense for these to be static. Like maybe have static key codes. Should I initialize this? We should do something where, like, if we don't find in settings, then we set it up to the default ones. Maybe. I think I am gonna make this a singleton. Who doesn't love singletons? Okay, so we have an interaction key, which is ironic, because I think that's the only key I'm actually not going to rebind. So let's actually do something else. Let's do inventory key. Let's start with that one, which is key code I. That's the default. Make a public void rebind key. Well, here's the difficult thing though. How do I pass this in? Well, it's quite easy to pass in what we want to rebind into. We just do a key code new key, right? But how do I know which key I want to rebind? That depends on the key I choose to rebind, right? So when you click that button, we need to somehow get an... So maybe we do an array of key codes and we can save like the... basically the integer, like the index of the key that you're trying to change. Because if we have an array of key codes, that would also kind of make it easier to... loop through it and check if there's a duplicate. Array plus enum to know which element it is in the array works. Yeah, that sounds like a pretty good idea. I wonder if I still should keep these and just make that update these static fields. So that when you want to... whenever we check for this type of input, we don't have to run through the array every time. So then we can probably default these in the array instead. It's a bit of extra work, but I feel like that might make sense. So then we would also have like a... Does it need to be public? Probably not. Well, yeah, just the array, we're gonna need to be able to loop through it and check if that cheat code already exists. So maybe we even do a system.serializable. Maybe we even make a new class for this. We make like a public class key binding. Key binding is not a word, chap. Where we should have something like a reference to a public key code. As well as an enum. For like what interaction this is. So here we should have a public enum called I mean, I can't name it action, just that's already a thing. I have no idea. Where we should have something like interact, maybe select is better. Select, deselect, flashlight, inventory. Pause, select, deselect, flashlight, inventory, map. We do have one for skip cutscene, but I might change that so you can skip cutscenes with any button. Just holding any button for long enough will skip a cutscene. Something like this. And then here we should do have a reference to a key action. Control settings dot key action. And then we can make a public key binding array. Does this make any sense? I feel like this kinda makes sense. I don't know if it's the best way of doing it. Serializable, serializable, no, serializable, there we go. So now, over here, we can reference what action this is, and which key you need to press. So, for example, by default, this would be pause would be escape, and so on. Select would be mouse 0. Flashlight is by default mouse 1. Inventory would be I, and last but not least, the map would be M. Does this make sense? I feel like this kinda made sense. And then of course saving this somehow. Maybe I can just save this whole array with easy save. And just load it. And then use this to populate the static ones. Maybe. You use easy save as well? Yeah. I think I want to try it, because I still haven't used it, so I feel like that would probably be worth doing. Just to get an idea of how easy save works, I think it should be rather easy, to be honest. Because now what we can pass in here when we want to rebind a key is that we pass in a key action, right? Called key action, and then the new key. And now we should just look through our key bindings, find this specific key action, and switch it to the new key. We probably do need something to... Maybe we should have a function to just find the key binding. That's probably useful. So something to return the key binding. But how do I then know which one to... Wait, can you have a static key code? Can I do a static key code inside of this one and just update that? No, but then how do I find... No, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. Because I want it to be fairly easy to... Or I use this function to... Oh, I could have a function to return a key code as well. That should work too. What's up, Chess Party? Welcome in. We're coding indeed. Indeed we are. We should have a function to get a key binding. That would return one of these. So this I think we would do by passing in a key action. And then we should have another one that returns a key code. By also passing in a key action. And maybe this one we make public. So rather than having to make these static ones. Can I not make this a... No, I can't make this static. Because then everything I return must be static as well, right? I did make this a singleton, so we should be lazy and just use the singleton. So what I'm thinking here is that the way we would use this, when we check for input, we should just go like if get key code control settings dot instance dot... No, I don't need that. Control settings dot... Oh, wait, how did I do this? It would be like this. If control settings dot instance if input dot get key control settings instance get key code, and then I would pass in a key action here. Use IntelliSense. I have IntelliSense. I feel like this should work. Oh, uncommon. Oh, I see. But it doesn't work here though, because I'm in the... I wouldn't need the instance here. But does this make sense? If get key control settings instance get key code, we would pass in our... Oh, and then I could hard code this one, so I could go... I can't just say... I mean, here I can say key action, but I don't think I can do that in another class, so I think I would have to go... control settings dot... public class test It's not input system. Do you mean the new input system? I don't know if I need to use the new input system. I don't know whether it's worth it or not. It seems like this shouldn't be too difficult to do with this system. And since I'm not gonna have really like alternative inputs or like controller support, I don't know the exact like benefit I would get from using the new system. Just looking at rebinding in the new system, although it seems doable, I'm not entirely sure if it seemed that much easier to do. And then I would pass in like... Yeah, so here I would have like the select. So this is what it would look like when I actually try to get a specific key. So then, you know, this should have been in like a update function or something. If we're looking for the select key, this is how we would do it. I'm not familiar with rebinding in the new system. Yeah, me neither. I've used the new input system. As I said, I used it for both of my RPG games, but I never got to like the rebinding parts. I know it's very good in terms of getting alternative inputs, so, you know, having both controller and keyboard to work. But like I said, I'm not sure that's something I need, so I'm unsure of like what the benefit is for using it, if that makes sense. I feel like this kind of made sense. It would have been dope if this could be static. I think that means that this needs to be static, and that's annoying. Are you working on rebinding here? Yeah, exactly. I'm basically kind of playing around with code to see if this made sense and if I can do it this way. And so far it seems like I'm kind of onto something. Like I said, we do need to save this somewhere. That's another thing, but I think we can do that fairly easily with easy save. Get cheat code by a key action, that would be quite easy. None. I mean, it's not supposed to be able to be none, but maybe we use that as a default. Can a cheat code be null? No, I think none is the equivalent of null, but it isn't actually null. I think none is the only thing it should be. So I think we can always just return whatever we find, I think. It can be static because it doesn't access key bindings, it's just a rebind key and key binding methods. But like, as far as I understand it, when it comes to static methods, don't like everything I use have to be static as well. So if I now want to loop through my array here, doesn't this need to be a static array? For this, what can I do, like, let's say that we do a for each loop or something. For each variable key binding in key bindings. This is not gonna work, is it? An object reference is required for the non-static field. So now this would need to be static as well. Here it says static methods need static variables. And that becomes confusing because now if I make this static, I can't get it serializable, and that's a bit annoying. I mean, what I could do is have one serializable that I use to initialize the static array. That could work. Or it should make a static reference. I mean, this is a singleton, so could I actually just say... Oh, that could probably work. Control settings.instance.keybindings. Because then it is a static reference. Because the nice thing here is that this line, loophole, yeah, very much, becomes slightly shorter, which is kind of convenient. Because this is probably a line I'm gonna type semi-often. Not really, I'm exaggerating. Our key bindings variable is going to be set through this function. So we pass in a key action and a new key. So key action is my own enum. I have a serializable class called key binding with a reference to a action and a key code. So I imagine that we're gonna loop through this array, find the key binding with this action, use that as like the search thingy or whatever, and then use the new key to update this. And then whenever we check for one, we'll now go through the same thingy. I don't know if we need to do... Can we not do something like... Ah, you know what? I set this up. I can actually use this as the index of the key binding. That does force me to make sure that I always keep this array ordered correctly. But then I don't really need to do any looping. Don't need to do a loop either, you can pass a string with enum try pass. Well, now I don't have a string though. Because now we have a key code. Is one key to one action? Yeah. Multiple keys? No. Since I don't have like controller support or something, I don't think we need to have a system for multiple keys. If I had something like controller support, that made sense, but I don't know. In my opinion, this doesn't seem like a game where it's that worth to put the time into making controller support. Enums you can do each action equals a number. Yeah, just this already does, right? Since it's an enum, pause is now 0, and as long as I structure this array in the same way, like right now, pause is also the element of 0, which means that I can use the enum as the index for this one, which means we don't need to loop, right? So when we rebind the key, or let's do something more simple first. Let's take like, we want to find a key binding, right? So then we go key binding is equal to key bindings at the index of the key action. I think I need to make this into an int, even though it kind of technically is. But I think we can do this, right? Consider dictionary key action key code. That should be nice. The only annoying thing is that I need to initialize it through code now somehow, right? Because I think dictionaries are not inherently serializable. So what I could do is use this array to populate a dictionary and then have the advantage of using the dictionary functions, because I think those can be good sometimes. Because then we can just check like if it contains this or whatever, right? But yeah, I feel like one of the downsides to dictionaries is just the fact that they're not serializable. But I do that with like the exits in the rooms, for example. I have an array of and like exit class that has like a door and a room that it leads to. But then what I do in like awake is that I take this array and I populate a dictionary with the same stuff. So then I can use the dictionary to find where I'm going, because I think that's slightly more optimized or whatever. I believe there's a better JSON package in the package manager. Do you mean like Newtonsoft? I think I used that one before. But I don't know if I need to use JSON here. Does it not make sense to just use easy save? Since I got that asset, I might as well just save it, because that also gives me a little bit of practice with easy save. Otherwise, oh, Newtonsoft should support dictionaries. Oh, I see. Yeah, it does, because that's how my bot works. Right, I have a dictionary of users that it tracks. And then the bot read-writes to that list. So yeah, that could work, because then I could actually set this all up in the actual, in like the JSON file, have that be like the initialization. Oh yeah, 2 lists, 1 for keys, 1 for values, that's true as well. As long as you keep the indexes correct, it's kinda fine. But I think no matter what, I think I kinda wanna try easy save. I don't know if it's possible that I refactor this later on, but I feel like I kinda wanna see how, before I start implementing easy save in the actual rooms and like the progression of the game, I feel like this might be a good first place to kinda test out easy save. Because easy save should, I mean easy save I think should even save a dictionary as well, to be fair. But then I still need to populate it somewhere else. I think I'm gonna try this for now. Get key binding, we pass in the key action, we loop through the key bindings, find the one at the same index as that enum, return that key binding. Easy save is mostly using strings as keys. I'm not familiar. I think so. I think you're correct. Like I said, I have not tried. I have easy save, but I have not used it a single time. I haven't even implemented it in the game. So I'm not entirely sure, but I think that's the case. I think it is something like easy save 3.load, and I think you have a string for the name, and then maybe like the reference to whatever you're loading. Or maybe that would be when you save it, rather. I think that's the case. So now rebind key would be fairly easy as well. Now we can just get key binding by this key action. So we can say key binding is equal to get key binding by the key action, and then we say that key binding dot key code is equal to new key. And then we have the static function to get the key code, passing in also a key action. So that should be fairly easy as well. We just do kind of the same thing. Say key binding is equal to... Well, can I do this now? No. Now I need to say that this is equal to... If this is going to be static, then it must be equal to control settings dot instance dot get key binding, pass in the key action, and then we return the key binding dot key code. Yeah. Try to test out the save as at first. Maybe. Yeah, I think it would be good just to have like the practice. Why use easy save instead of the binary formatter? Just curious. I think because it's easy is kind of, because no matter what the binary formatter is, just isn't that just a like method of doing it or whatever, which means that I still need to do all the logic for like how I save. I can't. Can I straight off save a game object with the binary formatter? I also think, isn't the binary formatter like kind of insecure? Like it might even actually be bad to use it. I'm almost certain of binary formatter security. Then you get how the binary formatter security issue could be exploited in a business PC environment, where unauthorized users could use it to simply run malicious code on a PC. When I looked into it, the binary formatter does not seem like the best thing. It seems like it was good, but... Because I know once upon a time I watched some, I think Brakis had a old video on how to make a save system, and I think he used the binary formatter, and I remember someone commenting about that like preferably like, you know, nowadays you should no longer use the binary formatter because it does have these like kind of proper security issues. Using binary formatter is not recommended because it has potential security risks, which you can read in the official Microsoft documentation. Deserialization risks in use of binary formatter. Yeah, I haven't like extensively researched it, but you know, seeing something immediately about security exploits, I'm like, I'm probably gonna use something else. And I think I'm more familiar with JSON packages. Yeah, I've used a bit of JSON. Like I said, I used JSON when I did my streaming bots. And I think JSON is kind of dope. I do have my own save system, vibe coded, I should say, that uses JSON. However, I think that easy save is arguably gonna be better than anything I can make, and having a robust save system is, you know, pretty important, because if there's an issue with my save system and it fucking corrupts someone's save file halfway through the game, the risk of them just like noping out of the game and leaving me a bad review is kind of big. So I feel like, and it would also take me time. Like, I imagine that I would spend a long time trying to get a good, robust save system going, and even then, at the end, I don't imagine that it would be nearly as good as easy save. That's kind of how I view it at the moment. Mostly, I don't use that much assets. I've almost never used assets at all. Like, I recently got DoTween, that was one of the first ones I started using. But save system seems like a pretty valuable one in my opinion. I think I use binary formatter to save map layouts. I'm planning on changing it to JSON. I use binary formatter for all saves at the start. Ah, interesting. I can't live without easy save and DoTween. Yeah, no, I get it. I mean, obviously I haven't tried the easy save yet, but DoTween is fucking sick. It is. Yeah, text animator, I have that one saved. I have it bookmarked somewhere. I know you mentioned that one as well. That one seems cool too. I don't know right now how much of it of that kind of stuff I'm gonna do. I mean, it could probably add a bit of polish, but that one you have to pay for it, right? I'm kind of cheap. I'm kind of cheap here, man. I don't have an income. Is binary formats human readable? Doesn't sound like it. It doesn't sound perhaps like it's human readable, but nonetheless, if it says that it has a security exploit, I'm gonna prefer to stick away from it. I'm looking up the EasySave logs. Yeah, I think EasySave does use JSON. However, it's like, you know, I think EasySave is just arguably going to be better than anything I could ever make myself. How do you save stuff, CodeRad? Is it outrageous if I save the entire game objects of all my rooms to save the state of the room, and then just load that whenever you start the game? Because that would save like all of the items picked up, whether you left the door open or closed, and like it seems like that would be so convenient. But I also don't know if it's like a crazy idea to save like entire game objects that way. I don't understand why you would save the whole game object, to be honest, because it's easy. So either I made one reference to save the entire game object of the room, or I have to save whether each door, item, object is picked up, interacted with, opened in another state or whatever. So now for each room I have like 20. Because now I need to save whether you smashed this light bulb, whether you opened this crate, whether you opened this one, whether you closed or opened the door, whether the light is on or off, like all of this, instead of just like, or maybe I just saved the entire fucking room and I don't have to worry about it. But like I said, I'm not sure if that's a bad idea. Maybe the save file is gonna become fucking humongous, but it would be very convenient if it works. EasySave has some autosave feature. I haven't tried it. Yeah, I know they support dictionaries. But nonetheless, with the key bindings, the thing is that I still have to initialize the dictionary somewhere. Which I can do. Like I said, I do it with the exits in the rooms, but because I still can't serialize it inside of Unity, right? Which is fine though, because like I said, I can use this, I can keep this array and use this array to populate a dictionary. That would work as well. Check autosave feature for it, it might be what you're looking for. Okay, let's have a look. Is it new? When to save and load. Use autosave guide, okay. Oh yeah, Unity doesn't like dictionaries, they don't. I think you could serialize them with something like the Odin Inspector as well if you got that asset, but once again, I'm cheap. I'm not spending that amount of money just to serialize dictionaries. Autosave allows you to save supported components on a game object and prefab instances. It is intended for loading in the same scene as the data was saved, for cross-scene saving. Select the components that you wish to save on the game objects in your scene. Autosaving prefab instances. Right-click the prefab, easy save 3, enable easy save for prefab. Autosave prefabs, select the components of the prefab you want to be saved. And now, I do need to save some components, but I also need to save child objects of this prefab. Because one of the important things is gonna be whether a child object is active or disabled, right? So as an example, in the room we're currently in the first room, we have the crate, right? This one has 2 outside game objects, and this we need to save, which is whether you open this one or whether this one is still closed. So this is like one of those things I imagine that I want to save, so that if you have opened this crate, then the next time you load the game, this should stay open, right? You shouldn't need to open it again. We also need to save whether these items have been picked up or not. I would test it, might just work. True. I mean, it's definitely work. If it just works, that would be fucking sick. Zero code required which is crazy. Yeah, that's true. Unity dictionary asset. I've tried the pro version once. This is the free version. Ooh, serialized dictionary light. So what do I not get by being cheap? What am I missing out on? Or is there some weird limit to something? Otherwise, this could actually be worth having, because being able to serialize dictionaries could be quite useful. Thanks for sharing. I'm gonna save this one. Cornbread, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in, man. How you doing? I'm gonna snooze this ad because I feel like it. What are you gonna do, Bezos? You ain't gonna do nothing. Not showing the limitations? Yeah, maybe it's just like... Just like with DoTwin is not a lot. The free version of DoTwin, the only thing I think you're really missing out on is the fact that you can't use it for like Text Mesh Pro objects. But you still kinda can if you're just... You know, there's workarounds to it. So I feel like... I don't know. Did you pay for DoTwin, Code Red? Good morning, Cornbread. Hope you're doing good, man. Welcome in. Nice to have ya. Thank you for joining the Discord. I did, yeah? Okay. Of course you did, you fancy fucker. I'm joking. I'm joking. What's up, Nikit? How you doing? Welcome in. Ribbit or whatever, indeed. Yeah, it was a cool little game. Feel free to link your game if you want, Conrad. Conrad is yet another fellow developer. He joined the Discord yesterday. He's also working on a game. I think it's available on Steam as well, so check it out. Oh, I got it on Humble Bundle. Oh, interesting. What's up, Coden? Welcome in. Bon dia. Come chepa. Tá tudo bem? Choosing when data is saved or loaded. Change the save event and load event in the autosave window. There is no guarantee of what order game objects are loaded. That probably doesn't matter. This can sometimes mean that references to prefab instances or the components will fail to load, as the prefab instance might be created after the object which reference it. Ooh, wait, that could be an issue. In this case, you would need to load twice, once to load the instances and again to load the references. Okay, so that's a slight workaround, but it's not the end of the world. Triggering autosave from code section, okay. It's recommended to set the save and load event to none when manually triggering autosave from code. Checks!
Unity Asset Fund. Or food money. Whatever is more important to you, haha.
Thank you so much, Checks. You absolute legend. You didn't have to do that. But truly, that means a lot, man. Thank you so much. You are far too generous. Thank you, Checks. Absolute legend. It really does mean a lot, man. Thank you. Much appreciated. Dude, I think that put you quite a few steps up in the supporter list as well, if I'm not mistaken. GG. Appreciate you, man. I think even the rank that's announced in the chat might even be incorrect. Because my bot is a little bit weird. He actually tells you the last rank you had, so it could have been updated. If you want to double check, you know, !supporter, you can see whether it is correct or incorrect. I need to fix that at some point, I really do. Thank you, Checks. It really does mean a lot. Okay, maybe we should buy that asset. Should we go on an asset spending spree? Checks is also the one who basically bought me Sprite, one of the best softwares I think I've ever used, so shout out for that as well. Great if you wanna be working on pixel art. Okay, I think we should try easy save here. This seems interesting. Do I even have save system here? Boom. Okay, we got an ad coming up in about 1 minute for any non-subscribers. Thank you for your patience, appreciate ya. Sprite is fucking goated. It is. It is by far the best pixel art software I have ever used. I used like Photoshop and GIMP for a very long time, which like it does work. It is functional, it does work, but you can really tell that they are not meant for pixel art. Whereas Sprite is like everything is just like optimized specifically for pixel art, which is sick. Enable autosave for this scene. Okay, Codra just sent me a screenshot of how that looks in the actual UI in Unity. But he also noted that he has not ever clicked it himself. But we could try it. I'm starting to feel like Codra just wants me to be the fucking testing dummy here. I'm gonna try this, like break my entire game, and then he's gonna be like, okay, that's good, now I know not to use it. And then if it works, he's gonna be like, perfect, now I can use this as well. I feel like I'm just fucking... I'm the one taking the risk here. Is that what's happening, Codrad? Xander Batman, thank you very much for the follow, I appreciate ya. How did you know? I could feel it, man. I could feel it. What's up, Irregular Human? Welcome in, man. Nice to have ya. Pistol is decent for free. I haven't used that one. I don't even know if I heard about that one. Irregular is yet another developer here on Twitch, also working on a horror game. Go and check him out. In browser, there's also a lot of people use Krita or whatever as well, right? But I don't know how that is for pixel art. But I know of people who have used it for pixel art. Hey, Cornbread! With the Prime subscription as well! First day in the stream and dropping the Prime sub. Fucking legend. Appreciate ya. Thank you very much. It means a lot, man. Gotta support my fellow devs, exactly. Cheers, man. It truly means a lot. I appreciate ya. What's happening today? We are working on rebindable keys, and maybe we're gonna start introducing the save system. Microsoft Paint for the win. It's been a long time since I used Microsoft Paint, to be honest. Maybe we should try. Go back to the roots. I think Krita is better for digital painting. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Also, Coden, you updated your game as well on itch, right? Are you happy with the new update? Fancy, which input system do you use? Currently I am using the old one, so we are working with key codes and stuff here. It might not be the best, but I think it's working good enough for my game. I don't know if I need the... I feel like the new input system makes more sense if you're gonna have alternative inputs, you know? Like if you're gonna have a controller support and keyboard mouse support, like simultaneously, it makes more sense with the new input system, I think. Whereas for something like this, I don't think I'm gonna support controllers, so at that point it's like, I think it might even be just more straightforward to use the old one. But we'll see, I might change my mind. Wishlist made or referring to, are you using any specific item? Xander, are you referring to me or Irregular? Not that I actually think the answer would be different in either case. We both use Unity, don't we? But welcome in. Thank you for joining. Appreciate you. Yeah, I was able to put it in the hands of a couple of friends. Ooh, interesting. Gameplay-wise, it didn't have anything new compared with the last prototype. Even had less mechanics. Ooh, interesting. So did you removed some mechanics? It was good to validate some things in the visuals, audio, and input feedback. Yeah, for sure. I think removing stuff is kind of goated, actually. I know I heard, when it comes to like creative things, I heard a expression which I think actually holds quite a bit of value to it, a bit of truth to it, which is I heard someone say that something along the lines of like, being a good artist is less about knowing what to put in and more about knowing what to take out. Does that make sense? I think there is some truth to that. It's very easy to add a shit ton of features but knowing which ones can be removed and still have a good have a good experience might even be a more important skill. I didn't say it was Unity. Yes, indeed. It's so far the only game engine I've actually used, but I like it. I quite like Unity. I don't know how much that means, since I haven't played around with other ones, but, you know, still. Are you a fellow game developer as well? I don't know, do you wanna, what you want to be called? Zandy? Batman? Let me know. Reminds me of a very old game called Jill of the Jungle. I don't know if I am aware of that one. I started from scratch in my engine, while the prototype was quick and dirty, hard-coded stuff, so there was still some things that need to be properly designed. Here we have it indeed. It's a wacky Dutch game called Quack. See what you did there? Pretty clever. This is the static save function. String key, t value, file path. Yeah, this is why I've seen this type of thing. Is to save 3.save, and then this is the string, and then we have whatever you are saving, which I think could be basically anything, right? And then when we load it, we say transform.position is equal to ES3 load, and we... Oh, interesting. So now we would load with the same key, my position, but instead of loading the transform.position, we load it as a vector 3. Oh, is this a default value? Oh, I think that might be what it is. So if this one would not exist, if we haven't saved a transform position before, then we would load vector 3 0. But then if we change this position in game, we save this as something new. Now the next time we load this, it's going to take whatever this transform position was. Okay, I think that's how it works. That kind of makes sense. Yeah, fail value, I guess. Yeah, default. That made sense. That made sense. So in my case, this would be like, I would load maybe the first room, and then this would be a reference to the prefab if I haven't saved it before. The next time I should maybe like save the game object. But I don't know, how much saving and loading do you do in runtime code, Rad? Or do you do like do you only save when you like quit a run? Or finish a run? Sharpie, has anyone ever told you that you look like Bo Burnham? I don't think so. I don't think so. I do like Bo Burnham though. I feel like... Let's be honest here, okay. Do you think I actually look like Bo Burnham? Or do we all just look like basic white guys? Like, which is it really? Which is it really? I feel like we just look like two very basic white guys. I mean, he also does have the shitty bald patches in the beard. I think he has longer hair than I do, though. Maybe a little bit. What is that one called? That was Bo Burnham. What was the special called? Inside. Maybe a little bit. Maybe. I'll take it as a compliment. Twins. Everybody tells me I look like the generic bald man with glasses. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of these, like, you know, I feel like a lot of the time there are these like conventional, kind of like archetypes or whatever. Do you know what I mean? Well, I don't know. In some regard, I feel like me and Bo Burnham just look like basic white guys. I think your beard looks like Bo Burnham's beard. I think we do have some resemblance there. Like I said, it's the fucking bald patches. I wish I didn't have them, but hey, what the fuck can I do? My beard would look so much more fuller if I didn't have these. I'm not insecure, shut up. Shut up, don't look at them though. I'm joking. What's up, Red Cabin? How you doing? Someone told Orimus they looks like Bo too. This is what I'm saying. Okay, so, maybe it's like the long... Because he has long hair as well, right? I know I follow him. I haven't watched it a ton, but I think I've seen a few of his YouTube videos as well. I think he also has long hair, doesn't he? I feel like, are we just basic white guys with long hair? Is that what's going on here? Okay, yeah, I cannot see it. I don't know if I maybe would say that he is... Is he closer to Bo Burnham? Who looks more like Bo Burnham? Me or him? It could be that he has the hair let out as well, to be fair. I think that might be the case as well. Because, you know, obviously I got mine tied up, which I don't think Bo Burnham tends to do. So maybe that's a bigger reason here. You definitely? Okay, fair enough. Thanks for asking. I aspire to one day have some games published on Steam too. Ooh, nice. Currently learning developing my own 2D game engine. Damn, that's impressive. I could never. I'm not even gonna try. I have those patches with my beard. Is not that bad. My mustache sucks though. I don't know. I just think my beard would look so much fuller if I didn't have these. But, you know, at some point we just gotta take whatever we was given. What you need is a beard wig for those bald patches. That's outrageous. What's up, Criminal Odin? How you doing? Red Cabin and Clayman also look like Bo too. But this is what I mean. At this point, do we really look alike, or are we just basic white guys? That's kind of where I'm going with this. I feel like we're just a group of basic white guys. That's really it. I think Code Red, you might even be part of us here. Clayman, I don't think I've seen Clayman, to be honest. His never streams with Chaman. I don't have a beard. Get one. I look like Northern Lion with a beard. I feel like that's the other one. Like, cause now it's like, okay, semi-long hair white people with beards, we all look alike. And I think that's another one where people think that all bald men with beards look the same. And which is like, you know, obviously there's some truth to it. There's a red line in between there, like there's some commonality between them. But it's also like, you know, I don't know. I think we all look the fucking same. I can't grow a beard, so get wrecked. Fair enough. His camera broke like 6 months ago. Wait, is that actually why he doesn't stream with a camera on? Because that would... I started streaming full time about 6 months ago. So did I like just about miss the Clayman streams with cam on? Is that what happened? Chat is so wild, Chappy doesn't Yet to get anything done. That's every day, man. This is my life now. This ball discrimination, yeah. Interesting. Does he have any old clips? I'm kinda intrigued now. What's up, Wakacha? How you doing? Don't lie, you don't have a life. Yeah, that's kind of fair, actually. I don't really know what I'm supposed to say here. Yeah, fair enough. How you doing, Wakacha? Hope you're having a good Wednesday. Right, now I gotta figure out why the pop-up didn't trigger for you yesterday. I had some other people try it and I couldn't replicate it. Interesting. Because I tried twice. I think I updated the page and tried again. Just to double check, and I still didn't get it. I also realized there's something, I don't know if you have something that's tied to like frame rate or something. Another thing I think I forgot to mention, but the game ran a lot slower for me before I had full screen on. Like, it kind of ran in slow motion, so at first I was like, ooh, it's really like, the game is really slow. But then when I got full screen on, it got way quicker, like my speed and so on. Which I think that kind of stuff could potentially have something to do if it's tied to... if it's tied to frame rate, right? Could that be it? Maybe? This is me speculating here, to be clear. I was trying to make my multiplayer survival game yesterday. Yelled at my computer and now I'm doing another tutorial, fair enough. Wait, I was trying to make my multiplayer survival game yesterday. I hope you don't mean that you like sat down randomly one day and was like, I'm gonna finish a multiplayer survival game today. I hope that's not what you mean by this. Just to be clear. I don't think that's what you mean. You mean that you're just working on that project, right? Right. Please don't fall that far into the scope creep. I'm joking. Working, right? Okay, fair enough. Oh, you need graphics acceleration. Do I need to turn that on in the browser? That could be it. I have a fairly new computer, so I might not have turned that on. Why exactly does that do? I mean, it accelerates graphics, kinda intuitively, but, you know, more specifically. Large in a bit, need to get work done. No. Irregular. If I can't get work done, you can't get work done either. Stay here and get distracted. I'm joking. Get to work, man. I appreciate you lurking. I had about 1 year break from it, and I remembered why I started making single player games. Yeah, I can imagine. Dude, I am so impressed by everyone doing multiplayer games. It's actually, it is impressive. I couldn't. Easy overclocking. Ah, okay. So it's basically like overclocking in the browser. Just making the browser slightly... That sounds like something I should just always have on. What, is that in like just the browser settings? Where would I turn this on? But wait, so is that the reason, not the reason why I didn't get the tutorial tip, that would be the reason why it was running slower for me when I didn't have full screen? Yeah, I think you need it for any game in browser that runs on Unity, because it wants to use your graphic card, but without acceleration on it, it doesn't like it or something. Okay. Yeah, that's a slow-mo issue, no idea about the tutorial. Okay, fair enough. Firefox graphics acceleration. I can't spell. Hardware acceleration when available. Okay, where do I turn this on? Why can I not do dark mode? Shite. Sorry for the flashbang. I can do this slightly better, maybe. General hardware acceleration. General performance. Wait, can you link your itch page? Again, comrade? Olha o Shirp, what's up Sledgehog, how you doing? Como que pá? Bem-vindo. New favorite emote by far? That is a pretty good one. Okay, now I'm lurking for real. Cheers, thank you for the lurk, I appreciate ya. Okay, so this is what happened yesterday, I assume it's gonna happen again. Bosh, we got all the 2Ds in here. Let's go. Yeah, just I started and then... Oh, I actually think it's better now. Yeah, now I didn't do anything. Why is it better now? Yesterday it was like pure slow motion when I was playing like this. Oh, you made these jumps easier too, didn't you? Yeah, just I actually struggled quite a lot even getting up here. And now this works, nice. It's actually a pretty cool mechanic. You do have something unique going on here. Here, I don't know. Oh, do I need to like wall jump to not die? Ah. I see, I die there. Okay. Oh, I probably should have gone over there. It's kind of cool, to be honest. Oh. Scheiße. Scheiße. I could see this becoming a... Like, I know you were a bit inspired by, like, Jump King and stuff. And I could see this becoming a pretty decent rage game. Fuck this. I'm joking. What's up, Chugging Coffee? Welcome in, man. That flashbang got me good, wasn't prepared with a shield. I'm sorry, man. I do have an extension. Yeah, here, look, here I can do it. But apparently it doesn't work for every website. But here I can like force dark mode if I want. But yeah, it's cool stuff, man. So let me see. Oh, well, now I can't really change it. Okay, so there, use hardware acceleration when available, it's on now. But yeah, I don't know why it works now, it didn't work yesterday, but oh well. Now it's on at least. What is up, Amesis? How you doing? Minne Suomalainen veli. No. That must be like I Finnish, brother. That doesn't make sense. Amesis is yet another fellow developer on Twitch working on a really cool... he is actually doing a multiplayer game and it's like functional. It's kind of sick actually. I played it today. I couldn't help but just go in and grind a little bit more. It's inspired by it's inspired by RuneScape gameplay wise and like Don't Starve graphic wise, I think. And it's pretty damn fun. Go and check it out, people. Wishlist, follow, all of that good stuff. Need to take a look into running Jai in the browser. Oh, so wait, would that be... Wait, what? I don't know what that is. Is that like an alternative to doing a WebGL build, or... Wait, what's going on? Oh, Jai, the programming language. Oh, okay, okay. Swedish saying is good, so I had to unwishlist it? That's illegal, man. That's illegal. Ah, shit, typo. Okay, you survived this time. Okay, let's have a look here. What am I doing? Save flashlight, cheat code, F. I think we need to have some prefixes, like key binding flashlight or something, because I might need to save the state of the flashlight later on to save like your battery percentage. Because imagine if you always start with like 50% battery, then if you run down you have like 10%, all you do is like quit out, load again. So I think we need to save stuff in the like actual flashlight too. But yeah, I think something like that should probably work, right? But let's make sure that we even can rebind this before we worry about saving it. So is this done though? I feel like this should work, right? So we could try and actually, let's take like the inventory for example and update the button now. Or maybe let's do the map. Yeah, let's do the map first. So here somewhere we should have a update function, right? Get key code M. So this is hard coded, we don't want to do this. Instead, we're gonna go get key down. Should I use get key down or should this just be get key? Get key would be like doing a click, right? Whereas get key down is when you first press it down, get key up. A get key is a get key down and up, isn't it? Am I understanding that correctly? I think that's how it works. I believe so. I'm pretty sure, right? Returns true while the user holds down the key. Oh no, it's different. So this would, I think get key would continuously trigger if I keep holding it down. So that could be like if I had a shooting button, I want to continuously shoot while you hold it down, then get key is probably what I want to use. Otherwise, if I do like get key down, you would have to click every time you want to shoot. Because I think this would start spamming. Yeah, exactly. If get key up, print up arrow is held down. Yeah, so that would probably be an issue because we're gonna start like spamming the map up and down. So in that case, we are gonna use get key down. Is there something else I can use? Get button. Virtual button. Oh, I see. So is that how I could do controller support even with the old system, maybe? Get key down, get key up. Yeah, that seems to be the only ones. So let's do get key down, and then we would like to check for. So this is normally where we pass in a key code, which of course we are going to do now as well. But we are going to say control settings dot get key code, and then we're gonna pass in control settings dot key action dot map. Right? Let's see if that works. So in our settings, map is now set up to M. That seems functional. Nice! Okay, we got an ad coming up in about 1 minute for the non-subscribers. Thank you for your patience, I appreciate you. That's what I'm using, still didn't look into running it in the browser, which would be handy for HDemos. Yeah, I think so, because I mentioned it, we talked about it yesterday on my Discord channel, which anyone can join here if you haven't. I think I have had about 10% of my players on itch actually download my games, so it seems like I imagine that you are generally speaking gonna get a lot more plays if you have a browser build on a platform like itch. You miss more than a Swedish sharpshooter. Okay, this is Wakacha. This is outrageous. We are taking this way too far. No, we're not. In all honesty, I don't give a shit about sports, so this doesn't offend me whatsoever. I'm not really a full-on true Scandinavian. I don't give a shit about skiing, I don't give a shit about hockey, I don't give a shit about sharpshooting, I don't care about any of it. I'm gonna be honest, that's how it is. I do if key was pressed this frame. Isn't that what get key would do automatically? Or can that trigger more than once a frame? What's up, Birdsong? How you doing? Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Keep in mind that's called every frame in update, yeah. Do you plan to have controller support? I integrated mine now rather than later. Yeah, I don't think I will. I kinda doubt that I'm gonna do controller support for this game, just because I don't think this is the type of game that translates well into a game with controller. Just the only way you would do it really is to start controlling the cursor with the controller. And like that would work, but I feel like you would be so much slower. Maybe you don't need... Should I do controller support? Just at least now, when we made it so that we have a key binding for the flashlight, maybe the timing doesn't actually... Even if you are a bit slower, maybe it doesn't really matter. At least it would be playable. It would up the accessibility options. Yeah, I got 30 browser plays on each yesterday, but 0 wishlists on Steam. But how many... Do you have a download as well? A downloadable build? What's up, Brainor Games? Welcome in, man. How you doing? Yet another fellow developer here on Twitch. Go and check him out. Then don't worry about Q was pressed this frame, that's something I used when I made it Universal Control stream. Oh, took the download out, okay. Doing well, it's my Monday today, so getting back to troubleshooting my enemy AI with a fresh mind, let's go! Exciting. When do I get a bot command? You might get one. You might get one. I mainly have them for... I don't know, do you stream? I mainly have them for streamers as of now. However, we do have some exceptions. We'll see, the thing is that I have a lot I need to make. I think I already have a bit of a queue as well. But I'm not saying it's not gonna happen. It should very well happen. Yeah, I hate streaming, but I do stream, exactly. Why do you hate streaming? I think streaming is fun. I enjoy streaming. Am I as productive when I'm streaming? Absolutely not. Not by a... not even close. But I enjoy it for what it is. I also think, arguably, this game would never have been as good as it is today if I was not streaming. I think the amount of feedback, ideas and tips that I have gotten from people in the chat have made this game far better than it ever would have been if I would have made it by myself. Streaming is the best, but you gotta be a little cuckoo to enjoy it. Yeah, maybe. I hate they lowers my efficiency. Okay, yeah, that's fair enough. I think my efficiency is one of my strengths. Okay. Yeah, no, and that I can... And that I can see, because like I said, I would never try to deny the fact that I am far less productive when I'm streaming. Absolutely true. I would have gotten way more done by now if I wasn't streaming. However, like, overall, if you like zoom out and look at it over the big picture thing, whatever, I still feel like it's a net positive for me. What's up, Darth? How you doing? I'm too productive, so I can't stream. Yeah. How you doing, man? Hope you're doing well. If I was a beginner, I could make more use out of streaming probably. That might be true as well. I think it all depends on how you... Like, it is quite individual as well. Like, I think I inherently enjoy streaming, no matter what. Like, I started streaming... The first stream I ever did was like 10 years ago or something. You know, way before I ever started making games. I've always enjoyed streaming. I remember being productive, yeah. I'm productive when my ADHD meds kick in. I see, yeah. I don't know. I enjoy having like a really productive off day as well, but generally speaking, I really enjoy working on my game and streaming. Like, I do really enjoy the combination of those things. My sleep schedule is so fucked up I can't be consistent with my time, so I just sleep in the middle of the stream, which sucks. Yeah, that's annoying. I don't know also if you have like another occupation or so, Brainoid, because that definitely changes things as well. Like, I could not have been streaming as much as I do now if I actually had like a full-time job on the side. My sleeping schedule is pretty stuffed too as well, though, to be honest. Oh, you are full-time indie as well? Let's go, man. If I'm on Twitch, that means I'm on a break. Sometimes I catch someone in the morning, so I'll be with the most of the start of the day, doing morning stuff, but during the day, only while smoking or eating. Okay, fair enough. No, I think it's okay. Like, people, we have to do what works for us, right? I think there's nothing wrong with that. Like, if you, for example, Darth, if you've noticed that even watching streams makes you far too unproductive and that's not something that you want, that's completely fine. Hey, thank you for the gigantified emote, Cornbread. Could be a split of stream where you stream for X hours and nap for Y hours and then stream again. That's true. I know some people who do those like double streams. I'm more of a, let's do it 10 hours and then I'll be completely out of it for the next 24 hours and then we do it all over again. That's my kind of way. I think also I'm in a bit of a peculiar situation, me personally. I don't know if anyone else relates to this, but I think that in general I am a quite extroverted person, and if anything, I actually think it's the opposite for me. I think I kind of get energy by streaming. I think I become more energized. Like, if I'm working on my game on an off day, I might be more productive, but I feel more tired. Whereas like streaming kinda keeps me going, it keeps me active, and yeah, I don't know, it kinda energizes me. I think the interaction itself literally keeps me going, which is why obviously some people look at some of my streams and go, like, that's a bit mad, because obviously some people on Twitch do like very special streams where they do 12-hour streams and stuff. I've like accidentally done like 12-hour streams or something since I went full-time. Not even meaning to stream that long, it just kind of happens. And I think the reason is just that, the fact that I kinda, if anything, I kind of get more energized by it. Same, oh okay, interesting, Emises. Yeah, I feel like I've heard a lot of people, yeah, Brainerd saying that he's an introvert. I've heard quite a few streamers who say that, and that do, and let's be honest, it makes sense as well. Like, if you're introverted, I mean, I think there's a bigger potential that you would end up feeling more drained by streaming. Which is, you know, that's a fair thing to keep in mind. Which is sometimes I feel like maybe with this type of thing, is it kind of an unfair advantage? Maybe, I don't know. Does that give you the bits? It does indeed. I don't use Twitch. No worries, man. No, that does still give me the bits. So appreciate ya. You feed off the energy, bro. Energy vampire? Yeah, pretty much. That's pretty much what I'm saying. Ah, when streamers play my game, it energizes me. Okay, fair enough. So why did you leave when I played your game? I'm joking. I'm joking. I've got epilepsy, so I need to keep my sleep levels high and stress levels low. Unfortunately, that means no 24-hour streams or long hollow work sessions for me. Okay, yeah, that's fair enough. But like, this is what I mean. Like, you do have to take into account like your own situation and stuff, and just do whatever works best for you, right? I also think that it's different, like, because a longer stream doesn't necessarily have to mean a better stream, right? I think that is something to keep in mind as well. Just streaming more is not like objectively better, because especially if it affects the quality of the stream. If your stream is worse because you stream for too long, then you probably shouldn't stream that long. Which has happened. Like, sometimes I do think there have been moments where maybe I've slept a bit too little or whatever it might be, and I feel like maybe I actually was a little bit too tired to be streaming for that long. Because at some point it can affect the, how engaged I am or whatever. Watching your code gives me energy from all the shouting at my screen. 100%. Once I get to hour 4, my productivity stops and sharply I feel, so that's right around wrap-up time for me. Yeah, and that's, I think the important thing is just to know yourself there, right? Like, for me personally, I don't feel like I get that affected. As I said, if anything, I kind of feel like I get energized by streaming. However, I think there's an argument that I might kind of burn myself out for the next day. Like, I think there could be an argument that potentially I am one of the reasons why I feel so much more tired on my off days is because I've been so engaged during my stream day. Does that make sense? Longer streams only mean more chance of people raiding you. That is true. That is absolutely true. Jovix, welcome in. How you doing, man? What is your game about? This is a first-person point-and-click horror game called Shroud of Gloom. Hey, Cornbread, thank you for the bits again. Did that even show up? Oh no, it's only on Twitch, it's not on OBS, right? And if you guys want to, I can show you a little teaser to give you an idea of the game. Here you go. There we have it. Hey, and Cornbread with even more bits. Absolute legend, thank you, man. Yeah, the game is available on Steam for wishlists as we speak, so, if you don't mind, throw a little wishlist my way. I would appreciate it. No, I believe in the beadboard theory of the skill tree theory. Every one of us is given a set value of beads or number of skills, and we're +5 on extraversion, so we're probably lacking in like 3 other areas now. No, yeah, I think that's 100% true. I think that's 100% true. Like, I imagine that there's things that, for example, my extroversion even would affect in a more negative manner as well, right? It's not all like, nothing is all fine and dandy, right? I mean, I probably speak a little bit before I actually think, that kind of thing. I probably blurt out something sometimes that I probably shouldn't, but, at some point it's also just like, fucking hell, it's just who I am. Am I gonna change it now? I'm becoming a boomer. I'm far too old to learn new ways. I'm joking. Am I? Kinda. We don't know something scary. Yeah, that's also pretty accurate, to be honest. Very nice, good luck on your project. Thank you very much, Jovix. Appreciate ya. Spooky game, exactly. So what do you think the game is about after seeing the teaser? Isaac and his mother lived alone on his... That's interesting. I actually have a Binding of Isaac reference in my game. Binding of Isaac might be one of my all-time favorite games. Holy shit, it's such a good game, man. I couldn't find when you... when did you play my space game? Was it 4 days ago? I feel like... Was it not maybe even... It's recently. It's either the last stream on Monday or the Friday's stream before that. From the top of my head, I can't really remember exactly, but it can't be that long ago. It's one of the most recent streams. Maybe I should find out actually. Because I played it on itch, right? Spooky. Can I not see when I visited your itch page? It doesn't give me a date. Can I control F here? Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think I can look it up that way. Fucking love Isaac too. The art is a huge inspiration for me in regards to pixel art done well. Yeah, I think I love almost everything about Binding of Isaac. It's a sick game. So much fun. One of my most played games on Steam. Okay, so we have the map working now with the new input system. That could potentially change in the future, but it's good for now. So now the question is, I mean, we could redo the inventory as well while we're at it. Why not? So get key down, control settings dot get key code, and then we pass in control settings dot key action dot inventory. Bam! That should be flexible now as well. So now we need to do some settings to make sure that we can actually change this. I think we're gonna do this in a somewhat rudimentary placeholder way for now, and then we'll sort it out later. Maybe, we'll see. Let's head over to menus, settings. Let's actually open this. Let's go to control settings. So how exactly do I want this to work? I imagine that we have a button to rebind each key, right? I also think that we are going to remove the invert button setting. I don't think we need that one. Okay, so here what do we do? Do I not have a layout element here? Oh, do I just position these myself? Is that how I've done it? Okay, so
Oi, what's good?
Just... What's up, Spectacular? You get the same one every time. Holy shit, you actually do. That is insane. The RNG. I think it's thrice in a row, isn't it? I don't know, did Cornbread get one? Oh, you did? Did I just not hear it? RNG is not RNGing. I'm a 500 hour Andy for Isaac. I think it's my third most played or something. Yeah. A Finnish streamer played Replicate yesterday and dropped a review saying, "You cannot close the settings pressing escape." What's wrong with you guys? I can't do that either now. I used to be able to do it. I don't think it works anymore. I think I broke that system when I when I made Escape also skip cutscenes. But we'll see, it might be something I'm gonna sort out at some point. Int Point with the raid, welcome in, how you doing? Aussie MJ, nice to see you, hope you're doing well. Do I follow you? I don't think I do, let me throw you a follow. What have you been up to? Do you have anything you want to show off? Let me throw a shout out here to Int Point, and for anyone coming in, if you don't know me, I go by Mad Sherpy, and I'm currently working on a point-and-click horror game called Shroud of Gloom, which you can wishlist on Steam as we speak. If you're interested, here's a little teaser. There we have it. Thank you very much for the raid, man, I appreciate ya. How you doing, Aussie? Hope you're doing good. Int Points, welcome in. Shroud of Gloom looks sick, thank you very much, Cornbread. Appreciate ya. Oh, nice, thank you. Do you have anything you wanna show off, Int? Are you a fellow developer as well? Have you been game deving it up? What have you been up to? No screen shake in the trailer, that's mandatory for indie games. Maybe I do need to add it. I do have screen shake in the game, but you might be right, there's nothing in the teaser that triggers it. It is a placeholder teaser though, to be fair, so I will keep that in mind. I shall keep that in mind. Thanks for the feedback. How you doing, Nightchild? Welcome in. Dot Mania as well, how you doing? I'm not chilling a set before going dad mode. Deadeye Yo, welcome in as well, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good Wednesday. So I'm currently working on some key bindings, or rebindings I suppose we should say. Basically, I'm working on this point-and-click horror game, but some of my playtesters did want key bindings, so I thought it was worth giving a shot. So I've changed it a bit now, so you can, rather than clicking on the flashlight, you can also turn it on and off with right clicks. You can also do we also have like diegetic UI for like the inventory as well as the map that you can click on. So you can play the game fully with the mouse, but now you can also press I to open the inventory or M to open the map. You're not supposed to be able to open them at the same time though. That is something I need to fix at some point. Oh, that actually bugged it out a little bit as well. Don't look too much at that. Whoops. Let's keep that in mind. Map and inventory can be opened at the same time. Lemao. But yeah, I do want, since we're doing like key bindings, I definitely want them to rebindable, so we're trying to work out the system to get rebindings to work. Customizable bindings, exactly. Are you using the new input system? No, currently I am using the old input system. Do you think I should use the new input system? WASD, point and click? No. WASD will not work. I was considering it for a while since, you know, here it would work. Like S could just take you back to this room, W would take you back, like A would walk you into this room. That would work, right? But what do we do if I have two doors in front of you? What do I do now? If you press W, which door do you go through? How do I figure out which door the player wants to go through? That's the point when I was like, I'm not sure if it's gonna work. Unless we later on find out that I'm never gonna have two doors side by side, but... Could also be I have a door here, I have a staircase going down here, like now. I feel like W points to both of those. Otherwise you could argue that the staircase should have been A, but in that case, why if there's also a door here? Which one do you now go through? There's some questions there. I would have liked it. I wouldn't have minded it if it did work, but it seems like that could be tricky to sort out. Will support waiting room. What's that Notes website? I use Notion. I'm quite happy with it, so I have my dev board here with a full backlog and stuff of all the tasks I need to do. I also have my game design document, update logs, a lot of stuff here. Basically all my note taking and that kind of stuff goes into Notion. It's convenient to have it all in one place. I like it. Also heard good things about Obsidian, but I haven't used it personally. The new input system is way easier with the key bindings, but has some work from this point, I would think. Not really, like, there's not that many places where I actually... Like, the key bindings I have... What, 3 places where I would need to change it? No, it's almost no work at all. Because, like, each of these are triggered in, like, one specific place, where I just check for that key code. Which I'm now obviously making it instead a reference to, like, a key code saved somewhere that you could potentially change. But it wouldn't be... I don't think it would be necessarily hard to use the new input system. However, as of right now, I'm not necessarily sure about what the advantage would be, if that makes sense. Because in some regard, this is how I did it now. It's not that much code to be able to rebind this. I do need something to save this, which I don't know if you would get with the new input system. But otherwise, the logic to change the key binding is pretty much done. You will press the right side of W. I use the new input system to easily enable universal control stream setups, but that's because you have alternative modes of input, right? You could play with controller or you could play with a keyboard. At least as of right now, I am not certain if I'm really gonna do controller support to this game, because I feel like this game wouldn't play very well with controller. So if all you can do is play it with keyboard and mouse, I don't really need to have alternative buttons, right? Pressing W should give the kids the victory, so it's instant win. How you implement this in C# is application.quit. That would be funny. Do it as a Easter egg, like, if you try to actually walk in the game, it just fucking crashes. Gonna look into that. Yeah, it's pretty convenient. You can use Notion for free. They do have like a paid service as well or whatever, but yeah. Also with the new input system you can use built-in scripts to make the button use the key binding. I mean the UI buttons. Oh. So what, like I should have a key binding reference to... I'm not sure I'm fully following here. Yeah, however, the new input system will make the user changing the keybinds much more simpler, would it? Can anyone show me the implementation of rebinding keys with the new input system? Because I feel like... I looked at something online and that seemed to not really be much simpler than this. He's saying drag and drop is just less code, because you assign in the inspector. Yeah, but I can't have players assign in the inspector. Like, it needs to be rebindable for players, right? And also, I can assign this in the inspector. That's what I do. But then I'm gonna also make it so that the player can change it, right? So if we go in here into my settings, boom. Okay, let me go over here instead. These are my key bindings, right? So if I want to change the flashlight button, I can just do it here. But then the plan is to make some system where the player can update this and then somehow we save it or whatever. But like I said, I'm not saying that I wouldn't use the new system. If it is arguably better for me to use it, then I might. But as of right now, I haven't really seen the... As long as I'm not doing controller support, at least, I'm not entirely sure what the advantage is. I don't think it would be easier for you having already done the work, but for me the new input system has been super quick and simple. Yeah, to be fair though, changing this is not difficult. Like this took me 20 minutes to write, and everywhere I check for key binding is like, what, a total of 8 lines of code. So it's not difficult for me to change. I think the thing is, I just don't know whether it's better or not. But like I said, if someone can show me their implementation of rebinding, if that's way easier to do with the new input system, then I could change. But I wouldn't do it, at least now, only to make controller support easier, because I'm so unsure if I'm gonna actually use it.
For 10 minutes.
Okay, let's stand up. You can do controller support in the old system too? Ah, interesting. But there, when it's like, when you have multiple alternative inputs, that's when I feel like maybe the new input system would be more beneficial. As far as I know, because like I said, I have used the new input system. I did use it in my overscoped RPG games back in the days. But I never got to the part of rebinding, so... Let's do this. Let's ask our AI overlord. I'm currently using the old input system in Unity. This is my code for rebinding the keys. Would you say that this is easier or harder to do with the new input system? I love your shot. Cheers, man. I don't remember how Unity does it. The new input system in Unity makes rebindings more complex to set up initially, but more powerful and user-friendly in the long term, especially for player-facing UI. Here's a breakdown comparing both. Old input system, very simple and fast to implement, easy to understand. Custom rebindings can be done with small data class like your key binding. No built-in rebinding UI, needs to be hand-rolled, which you've already done. Well, I haven't done the UI, but I do imagine that would be fairly easy, as long as I find the function to check for any type of input. No support for multiple control streams, keyboard, gamepad. That is true. This is one of the reasons why I think that the new input system is better. But I don't, at least now I don't think we're gonna do controller support, so... At the same time, is it worth it? No context-aware inputs. For example, disabling inputs during menus versus gameplay without manual state tracking. Interesting. Yeah, because I do check the state. Not that that's really that annoying. It's a few extra lines. Or no, it's not even an extra line. It's one more check. Just check to make sure that we're still in gameplay. Detecting any key press for rebinds is cumbersome. Interesting. Built-in rebinds via input action rebinding extension. Automatically handles multiple input devices and control streams. You can bind actions like jump instead of just keys, space. Strong support for UI input rebinding prompts, saving loading bindings. Works well with Unity's built-in player input component for modularity. Steeper learning curve, initial setup is verbose, needs input action asset, mapping and generated C class, C# class. Runtime rebinding requires some boilerplate unless using Unity's sample UI. Okay, not entirely sure what that means. For simple game, we just want to rebind a few keys, old input system is easier. For scalable game, Steam release, full input options, controller support, accessibility, the new input system is hard at first but pays off. If you're lost in Shroud of Gloom with keyboard only inputs and limited rebinding UI, stick with the old input system for now. Your current solution is already lightweight and functional. However, if you want to support controllers or need input rebinding saved loaded easily, I do need to save it. I was thinking about doing that with easy save. Or plan for future-proof input management. Then switching to the new input system now, especially before shipping, might be worth the effort. I don't think it would be hard to switch though. But yeah, obviously it would be a little bit more work or whatever, but it's not a ginormous difference. Would you like a minimal example of how rebinding works with a new input system for comparison? Yes. I use a new system and I use manual state tracking. Oh, interesting. Once you get the new input system down, it is very nice. Yeah, I did like it when I used it for my other games. But I think the main reason why I used it in those games was because I had controller support. So I had like alternative means of input. Whereas right now, I'm not sure that's gonna be the case. Could you argue that it's better to do the new system now so I could potentially implement that easier in the future? That might be the case. But no matter what, it's gonna be a big refactor if I'm gonna add controller support no matter what. Because right now, for all of the interactions in the rooms, I use on pointer down, which means that I need to rework how my entire interactable system works anyway. I guess we would have to start doing like actual box colliders to check whether you are on an object, and while that is true, check for the input, maybe? Is that how you would do it? For example, my turn left means space or south face key on any controller. If I ever wanted mobile support, I could easily hook that up too. Yeah, but this is what I mean. It seems like it makes the most sense when you want controller support or to like ship it to mobile or whatever it could be. And I don't think I'm gonna do either of those things. But then we could potentially do controller support. I don't think it would be great, but it would probably up the accessibility of the game a little bit, maybe. But mobile, no, I don't think I'm gonna do a mobile build of this game. This is one of those things that Unreal users don't even really think about. We just nod when Epic changes inputs. Okay. I agree with recommendation. I don't feel like you need to... If you're gonna stick with keyboard, yeah. So mobile version confirmed? No. Controller support makes making the more accessible for people with, say, no hands, easy to play with alternative modes of input. Yeah, that is true. That is the one thing I'm kind of considering. Because I definitely realized that having controller support arguably makes your game a lot more accessible, because a controller could be like anything, right? It doesn't have to be a conventional gamepad. It could be some special built thingy that just uses a similar type of hardware or whatever, which means that it could be something that's custom made for a specific person to be able to play games that they otherwise wouldn't be able to do. Whereas, but yeah, the thing still is the fact that, I don't know, this is a point and click game. I don't think it's gonna be great playing that way, but maybe. Let's see what this is. Here's a minimal working example of runtime key rebinding using the Unity input system. This shows how to set up an input action in code, detect any key, rebind and save the new key. Input rebinder. Action, new input action, test action, binding, action performed. Enable. Okay, I don't even get this. Keyboard current R key was pressed this frame. Press R to start rebinding. Start rebind. Action disable. Action perform interactive rebinding. With controls excluding mouse. On match, wait for another. On complete. On BAM, effective path, operation dispose, action enable. Save load. Oh, you would save it as a JSON. In that case, I might as well just use my easy save, wouldn't I? Or maybe this is a already built-in method. That should kind of make sense. How am I a chicken? How am I a chicken? Yeah, I found a bit in the video. Thanks for playing and the feedback. You did lose, but overall you did well figuring out how to play, which is one of the main experience points. Cheers, man. No, yeah, and like I said, I think the game was cool. The main thing was really the sensitivity, right? Because it was very high for me. Other than that, I think the art style was cool and the game was fun. Obviously, I didn't play like super much of it or anything, but I did give it a go. Okay, so how are we going to do this now? I think... How would I check for inputs using the old system and my current code? Input get key down, control settings, opening. This is not what I'm talking about. Yeah, this is what I'm doing though, but then that's not what I'm asking for. Are you dumb? How do I check for input using... Oh, okay, never mind. Yeah, I phrased it badly. This is my fault.
Cheers.
What about... Cheers, cornbread? I think you can use easy save on that being used on the easy save slot. Though play press are usually preferred for local settings. Yeah, but I can't save a cheat code in a player pref, can I? Because player prefs I can only save what? Ints, strings, and floats. You put the action to input action.performed plus equals unity action slash method. Oh, so you basically use events for it. But this is... Strings can be converted to cheat code. Oh yeah, that's true. Oh, so maybe I should use... Maybe I'm going overkill using easy save. Yeah, that's true. If I use the function that you sent the other day, blue, then we can just convert it to a string. Right. Can I convert between cheat codes and strings? Or is that unnecessary, maybe? That might be unnecessary. What was that one called? Something like get key by string unity? The one that did not use cheat codes. Input string name. Get key string name. Because this would be better, because then I can use that to update the... I can use the same string to update the UI that like says which button you're supposed to press. I don't know how this would work with localization. That's a different question, but... strings can be converted to cheat code? Okay. Or just play prefs.save for everything. I don't think you were... when I read about it before, I started using that one everywhere, but apparently you're not supposed to call playerprefs.save. You're supposed to let Unity do it by yourself, is what I found, at least. Alright, I'm going to make a new cup of coffee and get my brain ready to throw itself back into the navmesh agents lurking for now. No worries, Birdsong. Thank you very much for lurking, I appreciate ya. And best of luck. Do you have a Git repo for version control, and how often do you commit? I do have a repo. I probably don't commit often enough. I commit at least every day, but I definitely don't commit per each thing I do, which is probably what I should do. Sometimes I do more commits in one day, but it's rarely like I do one feature and then commit it, because I'm too like chaotic to do that stuff. I work on like 3 things at the same time, so I never get that like good moment to be like, ooh, now I'm done with this, so I can commit it. Does that make sense? Okay. So we can probably save this as cheat code still, but maybe... Okay. Sorry, I meant when trying to rebind, how do I check for the inputs of the new key? Start off there. Made sense, I stopped using constant commits a bit ago, and now commit at the end of every day with a bulleted list of what I did that day. Yeah, that's kind of what I do as well. I think it's arguably better to do more commits, but usually I just, you know, I just forget about it, let's be honest. Oh, I meant set int flow. Okay, fair enough, yeah. But the save depends on if you want to save every time or once. Okay. Yeah, because they do have like a playerprefs.save function as well, right? Which I called after each time I set a new player pref, but then when I actually read about it, I think in the Unity documentation they say that you are like pretty much not supposed to use this one, and I was like, oh, okay, so then I started removing it again. Okay, entering a listening mode in update, check if any key was pressed, detect which key was pressed, and assign it. Current rebinding action. Start rebinding. Oh, is rebinding is true if... Okay. Loop through all possible cheat codes. For each cheat code key in system.enum.getValues type of cheat code. This seems mad, but okay. So we're basically listening for any possible key you could press. Fair enough. If input got get key down key, then we rebind it and we break. And we also set this to false. Okay, that doesn't seem too tricky. I think I'm gonna use the old system for now. And then we'll see. I might update it in the future. It's possible. It doesn't save until on application quit, yeah. But some games don't call that. Oh, I see. Yeah, that makes sense. What's up, Runeson? How you doing, man? What are you working on today? We are working on Still doing a bit of key bindings, but now trying to see if we can sort out a system to rebind the keys. Okay, so I think all of the logic here is pretty much done. But we need something more in the settings UI. Control settings UI. I should probably have separated this one. Oh well. Gameplay/control settings. No. This might be one of my longest scripts in the game. It's pretty long. I don't care. That's what I'm gonna say. This is like all the UI for settings. All in one little script. Perfect. Load controls. Invert mouse. Okay, so yeah, here I merged some of that into gameplay settings. But I think I'm gonna remove that anyway. Okay. For now, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna copy this spot. I'll paste you here. This is about languages though, isn't it? Why is that in here? Load controls. I'm gonna need a function like that. Invert mouse, sure thing. Show blood, no. Flickering lights, no. Puzzle hints, tutorial tips, no. I'm gonna keep the invert mouse. No, I'm not gonna use that one. I think we can remove it. Fuck it. I'm removing it. I'm removing all of this. Screw you. I don't care. I changed my mind. Go away. Can keep this though, and then we just do load selected control settings. I'll change this to control settings. That function is language related, so we can move this one over here. Load controls, goodbye. Invert mouse, goodbye. Invert mouse, bye bye. Why? No, do I still have that down here? I do. Okay, so what do we need? We need a function to rebind them. That's really all we need. But somehow we need to figure out which one. So I think, can we not make a flexible one here? I think, do I even need to reference anything here? I might only actually need... Oh, yeah, I do. We need to reference all of the text for the buttons, because those might need to change when we load this up. So Text Mesh Pro UGUI. Let's do something like... let's call this select text. Then, not that I know if we're gonna be able to rebind that one, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think I only need 6. Then let's do a the select text. We want a flashlight text. Inventory text. Map text, and I think we're gonna do pause text. Skip cutscene, I think I might change how that works later on and make it so that you can press like any button. Like if you click any button, if you hold down any button during cutscene, then you can skip it. Maybe. Or maybe I just reuse the same one, so that would automatically rebind it here as well. Yeah, that might be what I'm gonna do. Which means I still don't need to reference it here. Interesting, I wondered if we were going to do that when I saw the old system in play. I've only ever used the new system. I have used the new system as well, but I have never done rebinding in the new one or the old one. Only 700 lines, amateur levels. It's gonna be slightly longer. Can I reach 800 here? Probably not. I think it is one of my longest scripts, to be honest. I think nowadays... Or maybe one of my actual setting scripts. No, because those are so... Yeah, just here I have like graphic settings, audio settings. No, I think it's... I don't think these are that long. What about like graphic settings? No, I don't think this one is close. No, it's not. Was that like 200 lines? Yeah, I think this is probably my longest script. My longest is 350 for the tongue. Oh, interesting. I think for like actual objects, I would imagine that my interactable script is probably one of the longest. This one. About 200. In Notion, when you added that body sticky note thing, how'd you do that? Was that a Kanban board? I think so, yes. So it's been such a long time that I set this up. I set this up like 5 games ago when I just duplicated it for each game I do. Layout board.
It's time for the daily Wordle.
I think it is. It's time for the daily Wordle. Let's do it. And you know what? I'm gonna remember this time. We are supposed to log in so that we can keep track of my score. I'm actually gonna remember to do it this time. So that we can... I was just about to type it. Yeah, I did tell you guys to remind me. But I actually, for once, remembered. Insane, isn't it? Hejsan svejsan. What is up? Everything is blocking me. No, Jewel, welcome in, man. How you doing? Give me just a second. No, I don't want no updates. There we go. Discover other games and more. Don't think so. Subscribe. No. Continue without subscribing. I'm not paying. Okay, I think I am logged in now. So I think that means that we will be able to... Wait, let me just do one thing. We will be able to see our like stats in the future. Interesting stuff. Okay, I still haven't... I think doing 3 vowel words in the beginning is good. I did just see road, I do imagine. Then I still have like I and A. That should be easy to find a word with. Okay, let's try road. Okay, we have an R somewhere. I'm an earth starter. That's probably a good word as well. I haven't found like my starting word yet. Do you know what I mean? Okay, so I, A, Y. Let's do something like... I mean... we could do a... like lying or something. But then we reuse G, I don't like that. Feel free to guess if you haven't done the word though, you can guess in the chat if you want to, if you want to play along. I'm not really going to be watching chat while I do this. It's fairly quick though. Let's do... we could do something like... we do miss the Y, but plain should be pretty good here. That was pretty good! Okay, L and A. And then we have an R somewhere at the end. I feel like I could almost guess this now. Laro or La could be. It should be something like... no way, it can't be I. I was thinking like flare. No. Maybe a double consonant? Flat? Okay, I think I'm gonna do another word to get more vowels in here. Something like... something like... it should be repeat letters as well. That's one thing I often forget. La, and R. What should that be? L-A-R. It could be alarm. It could be alarm. We do get the R. Should be a repeat A and M. I'm gonna shoot it. Easy fucking peasy, dude. That might have been one of my quickest ones. I usually get it on like 4 or 5, I think. Nicely done, cheers man. You're actually a fucking gamer, indeed. Also got it in 3. Okay, stop flexing checks. We get it, you're good at what? I'm joking. GG, man.
Cheers.
Cheers, cornbread. Okay, yeah, this is interesting. This is gonna be... I should have logged in sooner. It's gonna be fun to see the guest distribution, win percent. Oh, but I did lose one, so at least now I can pretend that I have never lost. It's not like you guys, I didn't tell anyone. GG. Did I say checks? Nah. Nah, I think I think this is a case of gaslighting. I definitely said spec this time. Did I? No, I think I did. I think I did. Try to rebind, maybe? And then we pass in a control settings key action. We can call this from a button. Assign with action you're trying to rebind. Time to guess my Wordle in 1. No, that's cheating, Blue. You can't do that. You can't do that. I think this should work. Why is this red? Identifier expected. Oh, yeah, of course. Key action. Okay. Try to rebind. So this should open some form of a pop-up. So let's serialize field private. Let's do a game object called rebind pop-up, which is going to say something like, you know, listening for input. And then this is where we need to apparently check for any button you could ever press. Oh, but yeah, this... Wait, we need to do this in an update function. Okay, so I think we do something similar. We have like a private control settings key action key to rebind, and I should be able to default this to null. Can I not? It's a non-nullable. Okay. Because otherwise I didn't need to cache the bool of whether we are rebinding. I should just check whether this is null or not. Oh no. Oh no. Do we have actual proof? Nope. Look, I told you. I told you. I told you. It's a scam. Fake news. Fake news. I can't load it. Actual scam. Don't even try me, man. Gaslighting. Fate intervened, indeed. I actually can't play the clip. It's 38 degrees. Oh, that sounded hot first. 3 degrees Celsius. That's very cold. And piss and rain. Actually miserable outside. Damn, man. Where do you come from, Cornbread? If you don't mind, of course. It's getting fucking hot here, not gonna lie. I just tried to run it again. I literally cannot see this clip. For some reason. Almost failed a Wordle, the double letters always get me. Did you solve it? Yeah, I got it in 3. Might be one of my better ones so far. But yeah, double letters tend to be the worst. That is true. No Jule is another fellow developer here on Twitch. Go and check him out if you haven't. Did you have a Steam page up, Jule? Not yet? Okay. Let me know when you do. I live in Wisconsin, America, Midwest. Cheese, beer, Great Lakes, and the whole shebang. Okay, fair enough. It's too early for that? Okay. Key to rebind. So that cannot be null, you say. So I wanted this to be a reference to a key action. I don't think that is how this works, because this is a class. But why can that not be null? Load controls does not exist in the current context. This is basically just a massive script of references to stuff. That is basically what this is. Key to rebind. Ah, because it's an enum. Which means that, Yeah, it would default to 0, which is still one of the buttons. The only way I could have made this work is to make one that is none. But that's gonna mess up the index, but I could do +1 to get it right. I think we're just gonna cache a bool instead. It's fine. Private bool is rebinding. It's equal to false. Try to rebind. If is not rebinding, then return. Wait, is this going to constantly... This is always active. Is that an issue? I also need to make this an update function. Do I have an update function here somewhere? I don't think I do. I don't. No, we... but I still need this function, because this is what is going to set this thingy. So let's do... I also need a button to default all of the settings. That's probably good. So when you click this one, what we actually should do is to say that the key to rebind is equal to this key action. And then is rebinding is equal to true. And then we have a private void. Does this need to be public? No. Here we check if you are not rebinding, then I would like you to return. This should have been a different script. It probably should have been. Do I care? I don't think I do. If you're not rebinding, then return. Then we need to open the rebind pop-up, set active true. Where are you from? Sweden, Finland? I am from Sweden, but ironically I am also half Finnish. But yeah, I'm born and raised in Sweden. IKEA land, exactly. And then we're gonna do a little bit of vibe coding here, where I'm gonna just like... oh, sorry, didn't mean to do that. Whoops. I apparently have a perfect method here to use. That was a pure accident. Bum bum bum. You know, sometimes accidents happen, it is okay. And then this now needs to be... That's the static method, isn't it? So we do control settings dot rebind key. This should be key to rebind, and then we pass in the key that this does not work. Why does that not work? Oh no, wait. Oh no, the static one was the get key code, right. Okay, so let's just call the instance here. What's up, the other Zek? How you doing? Fun Wisconsin fact, the drunk driving laws in Wisconsin are written in a way where you can't get a ticket for riding a bicycle while drunk, if you aren't violating other laws. Interesting. You can here. I'm quite sure in Sweden that you can that you could be considered drunk driving even on a bicycle. If you can get a ticket for operating a sailboat while intoxicated, you can get a ticket while operating a sailboat while intoxicated though. Wisconsin coded. We have the best beer here. Ooh. This feels like it could turn into a big discussion. Let's be honest here. I mean, I'm not gonna, you know, no shame here, but let's be honest here. As far as I know, I don't think America is known as the country with the best beer in general. Is it true that you are taller? I told my girlfriend last night when she told me taller I would be average height in Nordic countries. We are pretty tall. On average, we are quite tall. We're definitely not the tallest. I'm quite sure that is the Netherlands, if I'm not mistaken. I think those are, on average, the tallest humans on the world. But we are quite tall. How tall are you? 6'4". Okay, I think you're taller than me then. I just need to convert this.
Is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
What's up, Rebindable? How you doing? 6'4". How? Can I just get this in a normal thingy? There we go. Thank you. Metric system. Pod. Yeah, you're slightly taller than me. Where am I? Like 6? Yeah, I think I am almost 6'3", if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, go Dutch, let's go. What's up, polyglot programmer? Okay, let's stand up. This code runs for each loop in update. You should limit it to only run if any key down. Oh wait, is that a thing?
Time to stretch.
Okay, let's do it. That's probably a good idea, actually. Oh wait, so I think I missed that function.
Cheers.
Ugh. Only run in if any key down. Okay, so I would check for any key down and then run the for each loop. Is that how you would do it? Basically. Cheers, Beck. My body's gonna break down, man. Thank you guys for looking out for me. The keyboard is here. Ooh, are you happy with it? Which one did you get again? I know you told me. Michigan beer is better than Wisconsin beer. Yeah, but I think the thing you guys are missing here, no matter what, is that I think the end result is always going to be European beer greater than American. I think that is like the end of the discussion, unfortunately. I feel like we're gonna start a fucking war in here. Am I right, Europeans? Come on now. Spec, you're from the Czech Republic, or Czechia, I think it would be called now. That's like a hog beer country. Yeah, okay. Keychron V6 Max. I haven't used it. It's 200 kilometers away. Did you not say the keyboard is here? Oh, because I'm not at home. Okay, fair enough. Is indeed. Czech beer is actually pretty sick, not gonna lie. It's like my go-to if I'm getting a beer at like a restaurant or something. The first thing I do is look at the menu and do, is there anything Czech in here? That's how I start. Cheapest Central European beer, greater than most expensive American. We have a war incoming, I can feel it.
Hello.
What's up, Strom? Welcome in, man. Hey, man, I've built a full-stack AI app. What's the best place to deploy it? I don't want to spend any money on VPS. Since it's just a MVP, I am planning to showcase it, and once I get in some traction, then I will deploy it on an actual server. Interesting question, and welcome in, OHL Bulls. I don't know if I am the best person to answer this question. If I'm honest, but maybe someone in the chat can help you. But I hope you're doing good. I hope you're on a good Wednesday. What's up, Arthur Shoots as well? Welcome in, man. Nice to have ya. When people say American beer sucks, they're referring to the big corporate beer that's just piss water, but smaller companies are on par with anywhere else in the world. That could be the case. And Bulls, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate ya. Sorry I can't really help you. I feel like I would do you a disservice by trying to answer the question, because I don't think I'm the person you should ask. But we have a lot of clever people in the chat, so maybe someone has a better idea. Very possible. I wouldn't do a for each loop personally. I would just pass the string and use input.getKey. But wait, from where do I then pass the string? Or when I do input any key down, do I get a reference to the one they pressed? Is that how that works? Okay, so you would do a for each loop through all of the key codes. And if input get key down key codes I. You cover the cost of a VPS by mowing a few lawns each month by a lawn mower, don't cut corners. But wait, what was the other one? You said if... Wait, it would be input.get... What's that other function? Any key down? Returns through the first frame the user hits any key or mouse button. Read only. And this would be whether it's held down. So the issue here is that I wouldn't know the button, right? Or can I get the button that I pressed here? Is that possible? A key or mouse click has been detected. Yeah, so it doesn't seem like I would be able to find what button they pressed, right? Yeah, it just tells me if a key was pressed, but not which key. You would have to use the for loop? Okay. But what just using cheatcodes.length? Where did you get that cheat code? Okay, this returns a bool, right? So I could even do this. Oh, we could actually do this even, right? If you're not rebinding and... No. Or, if there's no input whatsoever, then you don't have to do anything. As soon as you're rebinding and you have an input, then we check the key. From your enum of key codes, but that doesn't represent any key that the player could press, right? Just they could press something else. Just like, I know which key you are rebinding. Just that we already pass in here. So I know the key action we're trying to rebind. All I really want to do here is to find the button that I press. Welcome back, Pirogi. So this would be checking, but I don't need to do this, because this needs to be open-ended. They should be able to press anything, right? Well, no.
Nazdar.
They should not be able to press a button that's already assigned. So maybe we need a reference to currently binded keys. Except for the one you're trying to bind. But just that link shows me how to check if a specific key code was pressed, right? Well, that link debugs the key code pressed. Oh wait, did I misunderstand it? Maybe I did. Event E, events.current, if E is key. But wait, what is this? With a GUI? Well, maybe that is not something I need to use here. That's because, yeah, that might just be testing stuff. The raw key code for keyboard events, used in key down and key up events. This returns key code value that matches the physical keyboard key. Use this for handling cursor keys, function keys, etc. Okay, detected key code plus event. Okay, no, I misunderstood this, yeah. Yeah, I misunderstood this. I thought I looked way too quick. I thought this was checking if the E key was pressed. I was being dumb. Okay, it happens. Okay, so that kinda made sense then, I suppose. But wait, then I would... Event.current. If E.is key. So would you say that this is better than looping through these? I wouldn't be surprised, just this seems like kind of mad thing to do. Yeah, on GUI makes it a button, yeah. I mean, we can try it. So the question is, where do I get a... Because I wouldn't need to get a reference to the event every single frame. That seems unnecessary. That seems kind of mad. You probably get more reliable results with the loop or your own event system. Okay, I think we're gonna use this for now and see, just to see whether it works or not. It's better to get it working in a dirty way first and then see if we can fix it. But here we have an issue. If input.key is equal to whatever that key code was. Can I... Wait, how do I... maybe I should have used strings everywhere. But just now... I'm just kinda gonna need to translate between key codes and key strings. Or can I use a key code to get a key string and vice versa in Unity? I hate when I get two. Shouldn't you not just give me one? Okay, but this is making it into a... Oh wait, but that would kind of work as well. Gives you the string name of the key code enum. Well, that's fine. Converting string to key code. Do I ever need to do that? No, I don't think I do. No, so I think just doing this is probably fine. Okay, but we still need to check before trying to rebind to key. But before we actually do so, we need to check whether this is okay. Because we can't have you rebind the same key to multiple things. So now we need to check if this key is being used by something other than the key we're trying to rebind. So maybe we do something like a public list of... No. What if we just get the array of key bindings? And then we can loop through them. Or we should just access this one directly. It is a singleton, why not? I'm gonna do it. Just get it working first. So... well, we would have to do another for each loop. Maybe. I'm thinking that we would loop through our key bindings and check if either one, if it's not this key action, but it has this key assigned, then that means we already had this assigned and we must fail it. So for each variable key binding in... this is not pretty, but I'm gonna do it. Gonna loop through all of our key bindings and check if let's call this start rebinding. And then let's do a private void try rebinding. Do I need to pass anything in here? Yeah. We would pass in a... I don't need to pass in a key action, we already know that one, but we do need to pass in a key code key. And then here we call the try rebinding with that key, and then we break. We can probably set is rebinding to false immediately. I mean, we can probably do it here. No. Because that would stop the loop as soon as we start listening. But as soon as we get a key, then we can set that to false. And then here, if key binding is not equal to wait, key to rebind, key action. I should have made this a key binding instead. No, that's weird. No, I want it to be a key action. If key binding dot key action is not equal to the key to rebind, and if it's not the same key that we have, and if it has the same key assigned, keybinding.keycode is equal to key. This means that this must mean that another key binding already has the same key assigned, and that's an issue. This key code is already in use. Rebinding failed, key already in use. And then we can break. Or actually, can we not even return from here? And then if that doesn't happen, then we rebind the key. Rebind pop-up, set active false. I think this should work. But then we need to somehow load this. So select text.text should be equal to control settings dot. We want to find the key code by the action, so we can use the static one. Do I use the get key binding? I do, okay. So get key code. Control settings. Key action select. I don't know if we're even gonna make this one rebindable. We need to make this into a string, right? So we should do this, right? Or can I not just toString this? Is that not easier? Just toString, boom. Deselect, flashlight, inventory, map. I should have done this so much better. I just realized. I'm trying to make a separate function to just update the text, pass in the text and a key action. That would have been cleaner. Everyone should roll their own event system at least once it builds character. Is that the case? Interesting. I think the complication is different keyboards, because I think some cheat codes overlap. But there's no cheat code for the E acute accent. Yeah, I can see how that could be a problem. I don't think I'm gonna worry about it for now. But that's a fair concern, to be honest. Of course, it isn't a cheat code for it isn't a key, it's a product of multiple keys. I think what he's referring to is if you would have someone that did have that as a proper key. Like for example, the Portuguese C with like a cedilla, as they call it. That is multiple keys for me, but I think that's a proper key on a Portuguese keyboard. Should correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. Yeah, so this key is C with a little tail below it. That one would be, as you said, a product of multiple keys for me. I have to press multiple keys to make one of those. But a Portuguese person wouldn't have to. Same thing with the Swedish keyboard, right? For you, these letters is probably multiple keys you have to press. But for me, they're only one. So I wonder what happens. Because I imagine that input, will that be registered? But just the thing is, it's not really an A either. Input.get key down key code. Wait, I can't do this, can I? So what would this register as? For some of those, the key code is generic international key. Wait, is that an actual thing here? I mean, we should try, to be fair. Where's my update method? We can just do this. If input dot... No, wait, I can't check for this key. Well, I can try to rebind to it and see what happens. Because this is going to print whatever key I pressed, right? Key to rebind and key. We can see what happens when I press it. Load key binding. Okay, text.text is equal to... And boom. And then we pass in the... key action. This would clean it up, wouldn't it? Load key binding, select text, control, settings, action select. That looks cleaner. Is the thing at the OS level? No clue how well Unity handles the spicy rare cheat codes. Yeah, we can see what happens. I'm kind of intrigued now, to be honest. What's up, Peepa Poopy? How you doing? Did you check the use physical key in the settings? I think that's how you can use these kind of keys. No. Use physical key. Like in the Unity settings, that is? Or like, would I use a different function for it? How does that work? Okay, I don't know if this is fully functional, but we're gonna try it. So, settings UI. Let's open this one. And I have some missing references here. Controls, texts. Here we go. Can I assign a few of these? The strip cutscene one is not gonna work for now. I'm gonna figure that out later. Select text. Deselect. Flashlights. No, wait. No. I want to change the button. Right. I'm being dumb. Boom. Boom.
Cheers.
Boom. 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 Cheers, Jin. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. In Unity settings, maybe project settings, but I don't remember where. With that, when you bind the key, it will bind it to a physical key on the keyboard and not a character. But does that mean I would have to use the new input system? Because I might not do that at the moment. Rebind pop-up. I should have a pop-up here somewhere, don't I? At least in my graphics settings. Confirmation pop-up. Let's copy this one. Paste as child. Boom. Should we have a cancel button maybe? We probably should. Do something like a cancel button. And this should say something like waiting for inputs. Maybe what we do if you fail is that we add another text. Let's call this the waiting text. Rename this into rebind pop-up. Rebind box. How you doing, Jin? Nice to have ya, as always. If you want to see the full stack of scan codes, virtual keys, and characters they produce in Windows supported languages, they are on sites like KBD Layout, Keyboard Layout. Might check that out. I think it's on the old input system. Oh, interesting. I hope that's a vodka and not disgusting water. Of course, of course. Yeah, I'm kind of interested to see what happens when I try pressing one of my... If it registers it, maybe it as a A or O, or if there's some like null thing going on. Well, if you can't find it, then nothing's gonna happen, and that would actually be kind of fine, to be honest. If it's just a key code that doesn't exist, that would almost be good. Well, I thought you were already using the new input system with Shroud. No. I mean, I haven't had any key binding, so I've barely used any system whatsoever. I've only had on pointed down. But now when we had key bindings, I did start doing the old system. Mainly because I don't think I'm gonna do controller support, so I don't know how necessary it is to use the new one. What are you doing, Chappy? What do you mean what I'm doing? I'm using the perfectly functional old system. Okay, waiting text. One thinking is that we could duplicate this one. Boom. 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 And then what we do here is that we have another text which says something like that key is already assigned. Maybe. Failed text. Okay, we need a function to cancel all of this. Public void cancel rebinding. So what would this do? Well, we know this is going to say that is rebinding must now be equal to false. We know that we want to hide the pop-up. We also want to, I think we should do a reference to that extra text as well. So let's duplicate this one, and let's call this failed rebind text. Let's also make sure that the failed rebind text is deactivated as well. Failed rebind text. Oh. If I pretend the 80s are still recent history, I can also pretend my knees don't hurt. Why are there even 7 mouse buttons? Because some people have mad complicated mice. And you know those that look like a fucking starship? Most of us don't. What do I have? I have like... I mean, I do have 6 probably. Which is quite a lot. And I would say I have a fairly normal mouse, except for the fact that it is a vertical one. But you know, I have the left and right click, technically the scroll click, back and forward button, and then one extra, which I don't even know what it does. Seven mouse buttons for the same reason there are 24 function keys. Because everyone copied what IBM was doing, and IBM was doing weird stuff. I have 24 buttons on my mouse from when I played top level World of Warcraft. Holy shit, that's mad. By the way, Chirpy, check Discord real quick. I might have misclicked and opened Steam instead. Every time click on any animated controller and then click on animation and continue to the inspector when you click an animation state. I think the main issue here, Jin, is that I almost don't have animations. Like, there is almost no animations in my game. Technically speaking, it's like instant sprite switches or game object switches, not like proper animations. And nowadays, even for stuff like the my inventory in the map and stuff, I don't use animations in Unity either. I use programmatic ones with DoTween. Do I have one? Do I have a normal animation somewhere? I don't think I do. I actually don't think I currently have a single Unity animation in the game. Oh, maybe I do with like my splash screen or whatever in the beginning when you boot up the game. That might be an animation. So wait, what is this? Quality of life. Sprite switches are simple animations. Yeah, absolutely, but I just mean that I don't use like a Unity animation like through the animator. That was what I was trying to say. How long have you been working on this game? It was originally made for a game jam in October, and I have pretty much been working on it since then. So wait, have you made some custom thingy for animators? Is that what this is? Animation preview? $8 a byte with the raid. Welcome in, man. gamedev, welcome in. Nice to see ya. Shout out to the one and only 8-bits. He recently published his first game. Go and check it out. Show some support to our fellow developers. If you're coming in from 8-bits and you don't know of me, I go by Mad Chirpy and I'm working on a point-and-click horror game. Currently trying to see if I can sort out rebinding buttons, but if you want to get an idea of what the game is like, here's a little teaser. There we have it. Thank you very much for the raid, 8-bits. I appreciate ya. How you doing? How was your stream? What have you been up to? Have you started a new project? Pixel Warrior Final. Look at that. Bunch of lore and stuff here as well. Actually, like 1.0 release. Go and check it out, people. Here's the link again. Maybe we should give this a go. We might give this a go in a little bit. Try it out, see how it is. Luasoft, welcome in, nice to have ya. Stream was good, started learning Twitch integration with gamedev. Ooh, interesting. It's fucking awesome. It does look cool. Okay, so you're gonna do some Twitch integrated stuff. I think that could be pretty cool. Even like, because didn't Clayman, for example, he made one of those games that are like basically made to play on Twitch, right? He even published it on Steam. Pretty cool. Never used it before, think it's a good thing to learn. I think so too. I mean, I suppose I've done some stuff with like the Twitch API through streaming bots, but otherwise it's not really something I have a lot of experience with either. But gamedev, you made all of your stuff, did you? For your like, you know, your overlays and those little games and stuff that you have on your stream? I imagine that's the case. Added many chance assets to my tutorial project. My computer sounds like it wants to fly to space, holy shit. Just wanted you to try out that quality of life script I wrote, but I guess you'll have to wait until you have an animated controller somewhere. So what does it do? Feel free to, if you want to share it, feel free to share it in the Discord as well. Great for the winter. Okay, we have the fail text. I think, oh yeah, we're canceling rebindings, that's what we're doing. Is rebinding false, rebind pop-up, false, bam bam bam. That should fully reset all of this. I cannot really reset the key to rebind, but that is kind of fine. I don't think that matters. But now... Keybind is already in use, so instead of doing this, I think we're gonna tell the failed rebind text to be activated if you're already using that key binding, which means that it's gonna stay up. However, this should still be false, so you should be able to try again. So what if, as soon as you press a key, we remove that text? No. Because then it's gonna be enabled immediately again. Okay, I think this is fine. Let's try this and see whether it works or not. I'm actually kind of intrigued here to see if this works. Rebind pop-up will now be this one. Failed rebind text is going to be this one. Oh, that is the last thing, right? Whenever we turn it off here, we also need to make sure to turn this one off. Basically allows you to preview your animation, but in the inspector. In the animated controller. Oh, interesting. You know, if you click on an animation state in the inspector, it only shows you the parameters / rules. You can add to the animation and change its speed fade, yeah. It doesn't show you a preview of the animation itself, but the script inherits from Unity's object preview and shows you the preview of the animation in the selected animation state. That actually sounds pretty sick, man. That was too much to type, no worries. Yeah, we have an ad coming up in about half a minute for the non-subscribers. Thank you for your patience. I might take a quick little break during the ads, but I shall be back shortly. Interesting. Feel free if you want to, share it in the chat as well. Need to hop offline, get myself ready to work. Currently, Wednesday is my Monday start of the work week. Gotcha. Have a great rest of stream. No worries, 8-bits. Thank you very much for the raid again. And once again, big congratulations on your release. It's a big milestone. You should be proud. And yeah, I'll see you next time. K-Chart, welcome in. How you doing? I think this is gonna work. I feel like this is gonna work. Let's see, we can also do some more stuff here. We can turn this one off. Oh wait, no. We don't have a. We need to have a button to press to actually rebind as well. That's the other thing. Waiting for input. Cancel button. Settings UI. You should cancel rebinding instead. Cheers, cornbread. Did I not get an ad? What happened to my ad? Why is my banner gone? Did I completely miss that ad? Was I talking while the ad was running? Am I just confused? I might have been confused. It is possible. For some reason Twitch does not show me ads. It depends a bit on like your location and stuff. Never mind. That's the ad. Okay, fair enough. Okay, like I said, I'm gonna take a quick little break here, but I'll be back in just like a minute or two. Just gonna get myself a bit more of tea, but thank you very much for your patience and see you soon. Cheers. And we are back. Thank you guys very much for your patience, appreciate it as always. Saying chocolate is not good, time to cancel Mad Sharpie? No, you know I'm right. And also, to be fair, my argument was not really that chocolate isn't good per se. It's just that it's not as good as people make it out to be. All I'm saying is that chocolate is hella overrated. Chocolate plus cinnamon is greater than chocolate plus mint. Mint also fucking sucks. I don't know why people like mint. The only times mint is good is if you're not supposed to swallow it. Toothpaste and chewing gums. The only times I ever liked mint. Anything else, I don't want mint in it. Don't put mint in my tea. I don't want mint. Chocolate and mint are like two bad things combined. Why? Why would you do chocolate and mint? Two negatives does not become a positive. Stop it, people. Stop it. Whoa. I was fine with the chocolate part, but the mint unsub? Dude, you know I'm right. What about salmiak and black licorice? I'm not the greatest fan, but it can be fine. If it's those semi-sweet ones, I can kind of be quite fine with it. I don't love the like super salty licorice or whatever. That's not really my thing. But I don't mind it. Like the reason I get passionate about like chocolate is because everyone hypes up chocolate so much, and it's not that. Because like licorice is kinda controversial, isn't it? Like some people like licorice, some people don't. That's kinda how it is. Chocolate, everybody is fucking crazy about chocolate, and I don't understand why. Especially mint plus chocolate, why? Like I said, I don't mind mint either. I like it in toothpaste and chewing gum. It's fine. That's when I find mint is fine, but in like food and stuff, it's kinda weird, let's be honest. Because I think I have a connection with like, I connect the mint to the type of stuff like toothpaste. So if I eat something and it tastes like mint, I'm like, this tastes like toothpaste. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. I think I'm right and you guys are incorrect if you don't agree. That's how this works. We now know entirely too much about what you will or won't swallow. This knowledge is trust. I add mint to anything and everything. Food, smoked. I have smoked those like mint cigarettes or whatever. I don't smoke nowadays, but I think they even might have gotten banned in Sweden actually. I'm not entirely sure. I think they might have. But we used to have them at least. But that's kind of similar as well, where it's not. I don't mind it as much. It wasn't my go-to. I didn't like love it or whatever. But it's still like not food or drink, which is usually when I'm fine with it. It's like food and like tea and stuff. Like why would I want mint in that? It's not mint, it's menthol. True, we do call it menthol. What is... it can be mint. It's a bound molecule made from synthetic or that you have taken from mint or other mint oils. So it could be, it doesn't have to be, it could be synthetic. But it should be from, because this is mint, right? Sorry, that was the Swedish page, was just the first one that popped up. Yeah, this ain't a democracy, guys. I never said that this is a democracy. I'm saying that this is a full-on dictatorship, but sometimes I am nice and I still listen to you guys. Do you know what I mean? That's more the approach we're going for. I have full control, but sometimes I take what you say into consideration. Not always, but sometimes. It's like the burning taste part of mint. It's okay to be wrong. Yeah, true. You guys, it's okay for you. It's okay for you. I wouldn't know, but... I like to try a bit of peppermint and lemongrass into my yerba mate. Nah. I don't want mint in my tea. No. It's weird. I don't like it. Something that's not overrated though, chili. Holy shit, I've become a fucking chili maniac. I have chili on everything. I will buy something spicy and then go home and pour more chili on top of it. When I buy snacks nowadays, half of the time I'm just looking for the keyword chili. I don't know, I think something might be wrong with me, but chili's the fucking shit, man. Okay, so have I done almost everything here now? I think I have, so you can turn this one off. The only thing I think we're really missing is the button to actually rebind something. So maybe I should make these into like proper buttons. Okay, let's just do something to test this out for now. Let's take like the inventory. Then we are going to add a UI. No, I'm gonna make this my own type of button. So let's actually do, let's just add an image. Do I have something here? Button. I have a small button, but I'm not sure if this one is as small as I... That's pretty big. That is a pretty big button. Okay, who cares? I'm just gonna use this one for testing purposes. UI text, let's do special elite, let's make you way smaller. Let's say rebind. And then what else do I want to do? I want to center you. Boom, boom, boom. What this button is going to do, let's call this rebind button. You are going to have a menu button script, and on click, I would like to call settings UI. And here we should have something called try rebind. Was that the one? Did I maybe accidentally make that one private? I did indeed. Wait, one reference? Settings UI, try... No, start rebinding, that's what I want. Oh, don't tell me I can't reference that one. Start. Scheisse. Can I not do it because this one is... Can I not reference a key action like that? Fuck. Well, the key action is an integer. So I think it's fine. If this doesn't work, we should try and pass in an integer and like convert it somehow. Okay, let me catch up with chat here. Salmiak is the best thing in the world, and if that's not your opinion, you just really are not from Northern Europe. Come on, man. I'm like double from Northern Europe. I'm from Sweden and Finland, technically. Spamming this overrated though. Smells decent, the taste is underwhelming. Chili is really overrated. It's bad for you and just tastes pain and low quality vegetable. No. Wachacha, no, we are taking it way too far here. Way too far. Chili is love, man. I see Waka is making friends here as well. No, I mean, Wakacha, you're starting to really step out of bounds here. What do you mean? Chili is overrated? Are you mad? I think it's salty licorice in English. I like salmiakki very much. We can call it salmiak here as well. You can see salmiak on certain thingies. Like I said, I don't know. The really salty ones though is not great. It's not great. Licorice biscotti. But because Sweden's so licorice with literal salt in it, people call salmiak salty licorice. I see. Your body is literally telling you not to eat chili, that's why it's hot. No. It's so good, man. It's so good. It's hot because it gives you a little bit of a kick, you know? Get a little bit... Don't you even, like, legitimately get, like, fucking endorphins or whatever when you eat spicy food? I'm pretty sure you do. I'm with the chap on this, though. Chili is... best in slots. Chili sauces are literally pure flavor and no calories. It's the shit, man. It is so good. I can't eat spicy food at all. You can learn. I didn't used to eat spicy food either. I wasn't big on spicy food. Then I got an Indian girlfriend, and now I feel like something's missing if my food isn't spicy. I can't even buy like a pack of chips anymore without making sure there's chili in it. I will literally go to my local pizzeria, order a pizza with a spicy sauce, come home and then throw more chili on top of it. Like, I've gone overboard, to be honest. But dude, chili is so good. You can learn, Wakacha. One of us. Become one of us. I've gotten to the point where I don't even mind crying a little bit. Like, even if I'm eating food and I like got tears running down my face, I'm still like, this is so enjoyable. Do you know what I mean? I've been living for 37 years and I have not tried it, but nobody... And I have tried it, but body can't handle it. Gotta try harder, man. You gotta try harder. Don't give up. I believe in you. I believe in you, Wakacha. You can do it. Okay, so... I don't think I can use a key action here. I don't know why. It kinda annoys me. But I don't think I can. I mean, I could if I just do my own script. That triggers this one. Or something. Yeah. That should work. What if I do a... key rebinding script or something. Just then I can reference the thing here and then just pass it in through code instead. And then I make the menu button actually trigger that one. Okay, IntelliSense is dead. Let's restart quickly. Boom, boom, boom. I don't like sitting on the toilet for an hour while it burns my sphincter. It's worth it, man. It's worth it. I used to keep searching for hotter and hotter chilies and sauces. Then I ended my very finished stomach. Yeah, I mean, it does happen every now and then, let's be honest. But still worth it. It's okay, I'm allergic to tomato and garlic, so used to food that's really bland. Damn, that's a tough one, not gonna lie. Also, maybe unpopular opinion, I think tomatoes are kinda shit. Another thing I'm not a big fan of. However, I like everything that's made out of tomatoes. I don't mind ketchup, I don't mind like tomato sauce or like tomato puree or whatever. Whereas, like, but just like a plain tomato, it's kind of disappointing, let's be honest. I can't be the only one. I can't be the only one here. Maybe you just mix the taste of shit and good at some point. Outrageous, man. Outrageous. Oh wait, do you actually have a tomato emote, Amesis? Nice slab of ripe tomato on a cheeseburger. So good in the summer. It's just, I don't know, the, like, consistency, is that what you call it? It's weird, I don't know. Like I said, I like everything that's made out of tomatoes, no issue whatsoever. But when you just like have it like a ginormous slice on something, it's like, that's not really... Like, I can eat it, yeah. I'll eat it. I might even keep a straight face and everything, but it's not like the most enjoyable shit. Wife can't stand raw tomatoes either. The consistency for her kills it. She's like, it's wet cardboard. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of where I'm at. The consistency is just a bit weird. I think that is kind of what throws me off, because I don't think it necessarily tastes bad. But the consistency is just a bit weird. Which is the reason why I'm fine with, like, tomato, or like ketchup, or a puree, or like a tomato sauce, or whatever it might be. Like, all of that, completely fine. Because there you kind of lose that consistency, right? I don't know, maybe I'm just a fucking weirdo, I could be. But I'm also ultimately correct and you guys are objectively wrong if you ever disagree to anything I say. I'm joking, am I? Raw tomato is the weakest form of the god veggie. That's probably fair, yeah. We know you are wrong, it's okay, no. CLS field private control settings dot key action Public void start rebinding. This is kind of weird, but this is how I'm gonna do it. What do you need a reference to, like the settings UI? Ah, stop it! I did not mean to do that. Settings UI dot start rebinding, and then we pass in our key action. Maybe not the cleanest way, but it should work as far as I'm aware. If I cannot serialize this in here. Which it doesn't seem like I can do. Because now I can just say that the key action of this one is going to be like the inventory. Then we just get a reference to this. And then we make this menu button. Sorry, I'm blocking everything I'm doing. We make this one trigger the key binding, start rebinding. That is now going to trigger this, pass in the key action. The key to rebind will be inventory. Rebinding is true, rebind pop up. Yeah, that should work. With the menu button, we should also get a little bit of a sound effect as far as I'm aware. Because that's built in. Oh, wait. Button type needs to be image. And then just realized we could actually change it over here as well, because I think this cancel button is a Unity button component. I'm not gonna use that. Give me a lovely little menu button, custom made. Put this to image, on click, we are going to do what? We are going to cancel rebinding. Easy peasy. Okay, I have no idea if I set all of this up correctly, but we're gonna give it a go. I believe, I think this is going to work. Should we do a prediction? Should you guys wanna do some gambling? Don't gamble, kids. 2 minutes. Here you go. You can now bet. While that is running, let me just quickly go for a second. I'll be back in just like 30 seconds. Cheers. Dude, it's so fucking hot in here. It's actually insane. Actually insane. Do you want to say in the Nordics all of our veggies are kind of raw because of our climate? Tomato isn't a veggie, it's a berry. Fair point. Don't be like that. A fruit berry or whatever it's called in English. Okay. I think this should work. I feel like this should work. We do have one believer. The voting or the prediction will end soon. We do have someone who does believe. I kind of believe. Would I be surprised if it doesn't work? No. But I want to believe. After rebinding, we should update the text as well. Here, if we do a successful one, then we should reload the control settings and make sure that those update. Okay, let's run it. Did you know tobacco is from the same family as tomatoes? Is it? Correct that chilies are pain. Chilies can be pain, but they're also heaven at the same time. I'm gonna snooze this ad. Because I'm badass like that. Okay. Inventory is now open with I. Don't worry about that. That's fine. Settings, controls. Okay, something, this hitbox is fucking massive, but that doesn't count because it doesn't mean that the code doesn't work. Okay, so let's try clicking this one and see what happens. So this should be rebinding the inventory button. We click here, waiting for input. I'm gonna try pressing M, which should not work. That key is already assigned. Then we're going to cancel, everything looks fine. I should be able to click I, that should just rebind it back to the same as it was before. What if I do P? Man, I can't do backspace. Wait, I can't do anything. Why? Oh, does it not continue after I fail? Oh, when I try to click cancel, it tries to say that that key is already in use. That's kind of funny. Okay, so I think it stopped searching after I failed. That's the only thing that's a bit unfortunate. Oh, I don't like this. Alpha 8. That doesn't look good. It should just say 6. Not that I think a lot of people... I mean, no, you could actually rebind this to like 1, 2, 3. They trigger pain receptors in your tongue because we don't have spice receptors. Indicate that bodies are telling us not to eat them. I feel like they definitely tell me to eat them. Because if I see a chili, I go, I wanna eat that. Do you know what I mean? Tomato, tobacco, potatoes, and chili peppers. Sounds like a good Wednesday meal. Actually, kind of true. Actually, kind of true. Dude, I literally have a bag of chili chips, like, just out of my arm's reach over here. You guys are really making this difficult for me, you know? All this talk about chili. I can feel my body yearning for it. You can use string.format. How so? Because I can't just format it to one letter, or like the first or last or whatever, because that would be incorrect when I do space, right? Gotta go, take care, babes. No worries, Amises. Thank you very much for dropping by. Overall, I would say that this is pretty much working, so here is the channel points back to the believers. Thank you very much for dropping by, Amises, and I'll see you next time. Cheers, man. Maybe your tongue is into BDSM? Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Keypad 4, that's kind of fine. I don't like the alpha, I feel like this should just say 4. What about like F1? Yeah, these are fine. But alpha 1, I don't like that. Backslash? That is not a backslash for me, but okay. Yeah, this is... No, this is not correct. Those are correct. Quote, back quote. This is Okay, so I see what Unity does. It is defaulting my keyboard to like a American keyboard or something. Because this is not how my buttons are assigned. That's a little bit annoying. Oh, if string contains alpha. That will work. That's a physical key, so I was talking earlier. Yeah. So wait, how would you fix this? Like, is it literally just to change that setting? Does that change how like the input stuff works inherently? Like input.get key down? Does it change how this works? Okay, string text is equal to... So let's make it into a string first. Oh wait. String key name. Let's do that instead. So what I do, check if key name dot contains. This would have to be a string as well, right? Alpha. I mean, I could get the 6th character, or I could try and remove alpha. How would I remove alpha from this? What's the best way of... Replace old value, normalized clone compared to ends with. No. I could just get the 6th char. Or character char. I don't know. That will work. Knim.substring. Knim index of alpha. IntelliJ suggesting, yeah, but what does this do? Why doesn't... Okay, the ads should be over. Welcome back, people. What? But is this like to subtract from the string? Is that what that does? The dot says input.composition string. Converts a string into a smaller thing. Oh, interesting. So then this would be... I would pass in the key name index of alpha. This makes no sense in my mind. But we can try it. Input.composition string. Physical keys. Note you should not read key input for in-game text input, because this will not allow users to enter non-Latin letters. Instead, use input.composition string. Legacy documentation. Physical keys. The physical key option allows you to map key codes to physical keyboard layouts, rather than to a language-specific layout that may vary between users in different regions. For example, on some keyboards the first row of letters read QWERTY, and on others it reads AZERTY. This means that if you scripted specific keyboard controls to use well-known WASD keys for movement, they would not be in the correct physical arrangement, like the arrow key arrangement on an AZERTY layout keyboard. With physical keys enabled, Unity uses a generic ANSI ISO QWERTY layout to represent the physical location of the keys regardless of the user's actual layout. This means that if you specify the Q key, it will always be the leftmost letter in the first row of letter keys, even if the user's keyboard has a different letter in that position. But if it represents a physical location, how would I type it out? Wait, each input axis has the following properties. Name. Use this to access the axis from scripts. Previously displayed for user on the Rebind control screen at startup, but this screen has also been deprecated. Like, just would that not then should that not still mess it up then when I actually rebind them? I need to sort that out. What is it gonna, because now if I press on Q, it's gonna say Q. If I use input composition string, what is it going to say? Like, can I read the name? How do I know the... Because preferably this should show the actual button that you pressed, right? So for me, if I press O, this shouldn't say right bracket, because for me I didn't press right bracket. But does that get fixed as well? So you should store key code for get key down and a string for text representation. Oh. Wait, what? Here's a keyboard layout showing the scan codes for each key shown on the lower legend, which is the physical address. Oh, this like 1A10. That's the physical address of the key. But here we get the issue, because I can't use this physical address, right? Because I can't say 10, or map on M. So what, would this end up saying 32? That would be confusing. Like preferably, but it sounds like maybe we could do it with a key code as well as composition string. Maybe. Potentially. Mapping the scan code back to the letter it produces usually involves making the operating system do it. I had issues like you're running into on echoes. I had to account for a ZERTY layout and QWERTY, trying to remember how I fixed that. Yeah, is these like edge cases where sometimes... This is kind of bad, but sometimes you just go, wouldn't it be very easy if we just had one default way of doing things? Do you know what I mean? The end of substring would be +6 to say where the index is, and then 1 to show how long the substring is. Oh yeah, let's try this. Okay, so yeah, just now this does not make a difference. Oh yeah, I need to play your game as well, Strom. Maybe we should play a bit on Friday, maybe. I might have to do a shorter stream on Friday though, we'll see. It's possible that Friday might be a short stream. Otherwise, we might do it next week. I'm kinda excited. The end of the substring should be +6 to say where the index is, and then 1 to show how long the substring is. So what, here? Is this what you're saying? I think that's what you're saying. Let's try it. Nope. But this is probably counted as a program, right? So it should be +5, I imagine. Because we are out of range. But I imagine that we start with 0, right? I'll have to get you an Echoes tree too. I still love the idea of that one, but it's definitely more raw than Survivors. Yeah, that one looks cool too, man. For anyone who doesn't know, Strom is another fellow developer. Check out his game, Survivors of Mayhem. He also have another one called Echoes of Mayhem, which is the one that you're saying might be like more polished, right? Is what I think you're saying. The site I linked also has an explainer pages on how the whole scan code VK, well, virtual key, letter stack works, where language settings sit in the OS input stack. What's up, Acrylic Pixel? How you doing? Welcome in. Echoes is more, hey, that's your first game type of look. I saw that, what, you guys had like... what was it? Valkyrie played 10 bells. That's fucking sick. GG. Good friends, how's you? I'm doing good. We've been working on some rebindings today. This is still not working though. I don't want to hard code it for like every... But wait, I can just get the... Just I know where it is, so I don't even need to do this. I can just go... Key name is equal to key name. And then we get the char at the index of 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can I not do this? And then we do boom to string. Is that not all I need to do? Because it's always gonna be in the same spot, right? There we go. So numpad it doesn't work for, but keypad 8, keypad 9, that's kind of fine. I don't mind that. These are still weird since it's reverting to some keyboard thing, but I'm wondering maybe the thing that Pippa Poopy said could work. If we save the string input and use that to display here, but then we still use the key code for like the backend or whatever. Yeah, that was great. We hope she will kick off some other big streamers. Yeah, that could be... I mean, I can imagine that having quite a big impact. Yeah, I'm excited for you guys. I also saw Vin had some, I think, pretty big YouTube channel share his Long Gone trailer, right? But you also hit the front page with 10 bells, didn't you? On Steam. So I would only really need to save this. Well, I don't even know how to say my key bindings right now. I think we could maybe pass it to player prefs. Yeah, we had a daily deal, so we're on the front page. Bear in mind 4 or 5 other games, but still our best sales so far, so very tough. Nice, man. Exciting. I mean, you guys deserve it too, it's a fucking great game. If anyone has not checked it out, Hilford and Pretty Pixel made the 10 Bells, which might be one of the better horror games I have played so far. Let's be honest here, I think this is the best horror game I have played. I haven't played a lot, but I fucking love this game. Scared the shit out of me. My heart, my chest was like hurting for days afterwards. True story, actually true. Go and check it out. It's a sick game, man. Watching you get jump scared playing 10 Bells was fun. Yeah, I still need to publish that video. I've started editing the 10 Bells playthrough, but it's not finished yet. Dude, the editing backlog, man, humongous. But speaking of videos, if anyone did not know, I recently published my first devlog on YouTube. Go and check it out if you haven't. Sorry, we ideally wanted to stop just before people had physical pain. Exactly. The thing is that I asked ChatGPT about something, cheat code to string conversion. Exactly. Wasn't this a bit weird? Like, cheat to string, and like that's easy. But how do I convert it back? Cheat code chi is equal to I cast it to a cheat code from a system.enum.parse type of cheat code keystring. If it works, the string exactly matches the cheat code enum name. To be safe, you can also use the Wait. It's not better that I say if it's an enum, why don't I save it as a integer? Is it easier to cast an int to a cheat code, or should probably say, let's say convert. Is it easier to convert an int to a cheat code? I feel like that would be the case. Since it's an enum internally backed by an integer, exactly. Cheat code chi equals cheat code chi int. Control settings. Let's say we loop through those chi bindings every time we do this stuff. So I think the best thing would be to have this one loaded. Oh, but wait, no, we also save when we rebind the chi. Okay, yeah. I know I'm kind of jumping back and forth between things here. It's what I do. Load chi bindings. And then maybe we do another one called private void. We never have to save multiple, so save chi binding singular. I wonder how hard a refactor to the new input system would be. Does it handle rebinding better? Meeting those, I want to hear your answer. No worries, Rinson. I don't know. I'm actually unsure. It seems like this was actually the easier way to do it for now, according to ChatGPT as well, who always is correct every time. But I do think if I would ever decide to add something like controller support, then I definitely think that something like the new Unity input system, I think would be better. But it's more of a hassle to implement it, I think. We'll see. Load chi bindings. Save chi binding. Load chi bindings, we want to load all. So okay, we can probably make this. Let's do like a for each. No. Let's do a for loop. For each. Oh no, for blah blah blah. Int I is less than chi bindings dot length. That would be my array. That is correct. Then we can convert a integer to a cheat code. So we would go chi binding with the index of I. I bought me some chocolate now and I am disappointed. I told you, man, I told you. I am not surprised. You should have bought some chilies instead. Imagine. Wait, key binding. Array, key binding. Yeah, exactly. No. I want to go key bindings with the index of I dot key code is equal to, and now we're gonna be a bit clever here, player prefs dot get int. Oh scheisse, I have to put a default value here, don't I? Okay, what if I default all to -1? And if that's the case, then we don't do anything. Because that means we should keep using the default ones. Maybe. Oh, but what would then happen if you somehow removed your player prefs afterwards? It wouldn't default back to normal. Okay, if it's -1, then get the... What if I make these save a default key code? Like, this would be the current key code, and then we also have a default one. That should work. So we try to load it. If we can't find it, then we revert to the default. I feel like that kinda makes sense. Publish key code, default key code. Japan, how you doing? Welcome in. Show up the world. Okay, so now we should say get integer, and then we have to pass in the name, right? So let's do key binding plus I. Or maybe even, I don't know if this really makes a difference, but key binding I which is going to be defaulted to -1. And then we need to cross this to a key code. But then I don't want to set this immediately, I think. I think we're only going to... we're going to save this as a key code. Key code is equal to that. And then we are going to set this equal to the key code. How you doing, Japan? Are you having a good Wednesday? Because now we can do a quick check and see that if key code... I want to see if this is minus... Wait, it can't be -1. -1 doesn't exist in the enum, does it? Well, 0 does exist. That's none, right? Yeah, I'm quite sure that's the key code called none. Or maybe I should say it here then, and then see if it's none, then set it to default. So I do this. We do update this one immediately. No, change my mind. We do this, and then we check if key code is equal to key code none. If that is the case, then key code is equal to we should do this. And then return, but that's one extra line of code. That's mad. You think I would do something like that? say that cheat code equals key bindings index of I dot default key code. Now we have a way to default those as well. And then saving. Okay, we have some ads coming up in about 50 seconds for any non-subscribers. Thank you very much for your patience, I appreciate ya. Just living the dream, spent the whole night making grass work. Let's go, man. What game are you working on? I assume you're talking about grass in a game, right? Right. Anything you want to show? Save key binding. Well, here we would need to pass something in. And I think we need to pass in... We need to pass in the key action. Why? Why do I need to pass in a key action? I somehow need to set this int. Load key bindings. Yeah, that's fine. So yeah, then I need my... Because I can use a key action to find a key binding. And that's what I want. So we pass in a key action. And then, I don't know if you're on ads Japan, in case, I'll respond as soon as they're finished. So now we should be able to say I need to find the index of this one. Yeah, which is the index of this key binding. Key binding equals key bindings int. Okay, so I might not want to use this then. Because I want to find this integer. So, int I is equal to... Okay, the ads should be over. Boomer Lawnmower Simulator 3. I had problems getting the drink beer while riding lawn mover mechanic down, but we got that. Let's go, man. Wait, is this on Steam? Do you have a Steam page? So it's a Slavic lawn mover simulator. I like the notion that I spent all night trying to make an actual real-life grass homunculi. Don't even try to make me pronounce that. It's a reasonable thing someone might do, yeah. Have fun with the rest of the stream, everyone. No worries. Thank you very much for dropping by, Acrylic Pixel. See you next time. Okay, save key binding. Int I is equal to... Key binding is equal to... I want the index of the key binding. Okay, I'm gonna be lazy. I can just do a... No. Let's loop through them again and then say, for each one we just go if... Anna wants to code, what's up? Welcome in. Thank you very much for lurking. I appreciate ya. If the key bindings at I dot key action is equal to key action. That means we found the one. This seems like there must be a better way for me to do this. Yeah, of course there is. The key action is an enum, you dumbo. I just used that one. I have the integer already. Why am I doing all this? So do I... No, but here I still need to loop through all of them, so this is probably fine. But here I should be able to say something like player prefs dot set integer key binding with the index of key action. But then we cast this to an integer, right? And then we set that to whatever key code. Cheat code. We pass in the cheat code, but we cast it to an integer. I think that should work. So now every time we rebind a key, we want to save key binding and then just pass in the Do I really need a separate function for this? It's one line of code. I feel like we can just knit this one and just put it straight away here. Because this only gets told if you successfully rebind the key anyway. In await, we would like to load key bindings. This we can now remove. I think this should be enough to sort out... You did uppercase? Not lowercase? Wait, where? I'm lagging? Wait, are you... Is the stream lagging? I think I should be... I think my end should be fine. I don't have any dropped frames at least. Oh, it's okay here? Okay, good. I think it was just me? Okay. Okay, let's try this. Yeah, refresh now, I'm about 15 seconds behind. Damn. That is quite long. Okay, I don't know what just happened. Have these not been set up now? So this actually returns null. Key action dot inventory. Okay, I think I need to... But why did it work before? That's kind of odd. Wait, we can do this. Copy, paste. What? No. Default key code should be this one. Paste. Wait, is that a pause key? Mouse 0, boom, 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 boom. Last but not least, boom. Sorry, I know you guys can't always see what I'm doing in the inspector. I honestly heard, have these not... Wait, what did I say? Oh, have these not something, I think. Haven't these, is probably what I should say. It's pretty fast in my opinion. No, 15 seconds behind is very slow. It should be like maybe 3-4 seconds or something. Anyone else wanna check the your delay? I think the easiest thing to actually see it, I mean I could check it myself to be fair. Otherwise sending a message and saying when it pops up here should show your delay. I mean I do have my preview as well. What if I do? Bam! Yeah, I have like 4-5 seconds or something. I think I had like 4.5 seconds delay. What, 8? Okay, it's definitely better. Nope, this is still not working. 2-ish, damn, that is good. Yeah, because I know I do have the like... There is a setting on Twitch that you can set to try and get it to as low as possible, you know. Which I know I checked in. I think it's, well, it's like slightly more work on my end, hardware-wise or something, but it should minimize the latency a lot. I think it's worth it, no matter what. Latency kinda kills conversation. I mean, I'm rarely caught up to speed with chat anyway, so it wouldn't really make a difference, to be fair. Latency to broadcaster, 1.33 seconds. That's good. That is good. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Okay, so these are probably not finding the keys then. Okay, so I think we need to make this update before those do. I imagine. Are my settings, are they carried? Yeah, system is a singleton, right? Don't just run loud. Okay, so this is probably then just because I'm curious. What happens if I go into the main menu? I think it's gonna work here. No. String. Okay, load key binding. Get key code. Key action. Okay, I think I just need to make sure that the this script is executed before the other ones. Execution order. Control settings. Let's make you super early. I think that should sort it out. To make sure that that is always fully initialized. No? wait a second. Oh, you have all of these. But this is the line, right? 728. String key name is equal to control settings dot get key code. Key action. Oh, is it because it's disabled, maybe? No, just the other ones work. Right? I'm so confused. Why is this happening? There's a low latency mode tune in advanced settings, always around that. Yeah, that's the one I was referring to before as well. Just latency is just annoying. It makes it so much harder, like as a streamer, it's better for me the less latency we have, which is it makes the conversation flow a lot more naturally. Just otherwise I'll ask you something and then you'll respond like 30 seconds later. Which doesn't seem like a lot, but if that is constantly happening, it is always this little lag in the conversation. What is null? What exactly is null here? I should probably do a debug log or something. Okay, we try to load key binding. These are not null, so it can't be them. They can't be null, because they're set in the inspector. Okay, so if it's not the text, it could be the control settings, key actions. No, that should be fine. Well, wait, it's in here. Control settings, get key code. Ah, wait, is the... This is a static function. But we use the instance. But the instance should be created because I made control settings execute earlier, right? So I think that should be fine. Get... Well, it's not get key code. No, it is get key code action to string. Key binding is equal to get key binding key action. We Is this the issue? Maybe. No, key bindings. I don't think that was the issue. I was thinking if maybe it mixed it up what was the like type and what was the reference. No. 728. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. This is weird. Main control settings initialize earlier. Which means that the instance should exist. Get key binding, key action. Unless I would ever pass in the wrong key action, that would be an issue. But I can't, because these are an enum, right? So it cannot... shouldn't, like, not exist. Unless I have messed it up over here. Oh no, this is the issue. They literally don't exist here. Okay, wait, let's go back into the game. I have not... Oh no, sorry. Back into game. Where are you? There. I didn't save the prefab, did I? Yeah, I didn't. Okay. So, apply all of this. Is it gonna work now? It still doesn't work. Still the same error message as well. Okay, I'll see if I can figure this out. However, ladies and gentlemen, I do think this is where I'm gonna have to end it for today. But please stick around and let's see if we can find someone to throw a little raid at. Let's go over to... Let's go over to Irregular Human. Also, it was here earlier in the stream. He's also working on a fellow horror game, so that's kinda cool. As always, thank you all so much for watching. It really means a lot having you guys here. We have a few little shoutouts due, I think. First of all, a massive thank you to Check's Party with that $20 donation. Absolute mad lad. Got quite a new few followers as well. We had Cornbread with a Prime subscription. First day in the stream and a Prime subscription. That is pretty badass, if I may say so myself. We also had InPoint with the raid, as well as 8 bits a byte. Thank you all so much. And yeah, Japan Strom, thank you all for dropping by. As per usual. Like I said, Friday's stream, I shall be back on Friday. However, it is possible that the stream on Friday might be a little bit shorter. It's possible. But next week, no matter what, I should be back as per usual. So, yeah, I guess there ain't that much else to say. Other than, of course, if you haven't, make sure to wishlist Shroud of Gloom. Join the Discord if you wanna connect more with the community. And if you end up missing me too much, remember that I now have a devlog out on YouTube. So, you know, if you haven't seen it, go and check it out, show some support, I would appreciate it. I think that's it for me today, so thank you all once again so much for watching. I really do appreciate all of you. And I'll see you guys on Friday. Cheers.